Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need: Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Emotions can run high, especially in the case of tragedy. Over the past week, the NASCAR community lost one of its all-time greats. Kyle Busch passed away this week after a sudden medical situation that seen him pass away just this past Thursday. As everyone reels in the aftermath, everyone tries to remember one thing: Forever Rowdy is in our hearts, and Forever Rowdy will be on the minds of many. Tonight, FLCC will run the Forever Rowdy 600 in his honor. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's coverage on Maconi Entertainment for the FLCC. I'm Justin Prince, alongside me is Kirk Mills. Once again, it's Morgan Cook as our producer this evening for tonight's coverage. Obviously, the big storyline is what's happened in real life with Kyle Busch. There's a lot in terms of the conversation coming into tonight. Several drivers are running memorial paint schemes in his honor this evening. But right now, there is one thing that I think many would say. Kyle wanted to race, and he'd want everybody to race too.
No doubt about it. He'd be pretty pissed off, is what we heard from the NASCAR CEO this week. That was his comment. So because of that, we're racing this week. It's going to be real difficult. A lot of drivers are having a hard time dealing with it. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all race fans too. We just got the ability to drive on the sim, and it's a lot of fun. But, you know, a lot of folks, when they heard about the news, wanted to get out of the car. But we're still doing it, and we're going to do all we can to try and, put on a good show and remember him the best we can.
600 miles is the distance as well for tonight's festivities. As we get set to go from Charlotte, a lot in terms of the racing lines is going to be critical. Bottom early, top later on is some of the talking points that you picked up, Kirk, coming into tonight. But keep in mind, coming off that thrilling All-Star weekend just this past week as well over at Dover Motor Speedway, where things went the distance there. It's going to get interesting tonight as we go back to the normal power, how we fare out for tonight's 4-stage event under the lights. The drivers have finished up qualifying and their warm-ups for tonight. And with that being said, we'll find out who's going to be able to start up at the front for the Forever Rowdy 600 here tonight. As the cars make their way onto the racetrack tonight, some of the top competitors in the series continue their momentum for the All-Star race. That includes Dylan Basin, coming off a top 25 run at NASCAR competition this past Tuesday. He'll start alongside Patrick Gitter on the front row. There's one of the drivers you'll have to keep an eye on tonight, Jacob Quill. Moved over to Outlier in the recent months. The also broadcaster starts third with Matthew David Wood alongside, also in the same setup, building. Jonathan Delaney starts in the top 5. Then it's Sean Conklin from 15th in the NASCAR Coco iRacing Series event on Tuesday. Nicholas Vroman will start in 7th, and one of the drivers with a purple license, Blake Giglio, will start in 8th position. Chad Sanner, his best qualifying effort of the season, starts 9th, and Nolan Hodgson in 10th.
Starting in 11th this afternoon will be Alex Murray in the 22 Precision Speed Solutions machine alongside Neil Pearson in the Black Flag Motorsports 62. Starting in 13th tonight will be Paul Gallimore in the BMP 11 alongside Paul Hill in that 26 machine. Starting in 15th will be Joseph Galata in the 99 vehicle for Bigfoot Chassis Collective, and Andrew Dyson alongside him for Team Conti in the 41. Starting in 17th, Lucas Hoytsma will be starting alongside Tyler Hunter in the 48. Starting in 19th will be Ralph Hutchinson driving the 19 M&M's machine alongside Derek Heitman in the 76.
Continue quickly through the order because Bobby Anderson will also run a Kyle Busch scheme in 21st. Matt DiCiani in 22nd tonight. Nicholas Isaacs and Adam Benefiel back in the top 24. 25th, Devin Medeiros with Corey Moore down in 26. Michael Tucker and Hunter Truell will start in the top 28. Thomas Komacheski, Sean O'Brien Jr. to the top 30. Rest of the field getting its way forward here tonight. Towards the tail will be Blake Luant. You also have Johnny Avila starting for pit road, Evan Mesnard, William Owens, Jason Taylor, Kevin Zosiak, Billy Brickley, Casey Graves, Stephen Williams, Tanner Marty, Dustin Hall, and Cameron Stone on track. And again, 400 laps the distance tonight, where everyone remembers Kyle Busch this evening. Let's talk things over on what we expect for the race tonight, Kirk, because it's going to be a long race, the longest race this season after all. There are a lot of tire sets for tonight. Let's just say that.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those races that I can tell you right now, it is going to be 400 laps. Every stage is going to be on a 100-lap mark. You got 12 sets of tires, 15X on the incident points, and the thing is, we got to do it for Rowdy. That's it. The thing is that we've seen so many amazing moments from that guy, and the thing is, watched a man who was seen as back in the early 2010s as a crybaby, he was a wild thing, things like that. He's kind of chaotic, but then he got married to Samantha. The man became a real man. He went out there and he changed. You saw the visual change in the way Kyle Busch was. And so he is a great example of what a man should be. And the thing is, he was a great family man as well. But tonight, racing at Charlotte is going to be the best way for us to be able to heal, go out there and have a sense of normalcy. Weather's beautiful, and we're going to do the best we can. As we're going to go through turns 3 and 4 from Charlotte, reach down, pull them belts tight one more time from America's home for racing. You got on that starting line, 2 good guys right there, 21 and the 77. Let's see what happens. Pace car dives into the pit lane. Here we go from Charlotte. Through that restart zone. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing for Rowdy, boys.
Field making its way through 3 and 4. Andrew Dyson is the one driver with the penalties tonight. Johnny Avila and Dylan Basin both started this race off pit road, so Basin will have to make his way to the pack, and Avila needs some luck to close on up amongst the field. But everybody's staying towards the bottom on the front as we expected. Can't use the top here, Kirk. It will heat up those tires pretty quickly for the later stages, though.
Absolutely. You want to try and get to the bottom, save your tires as long as possible, but some guys need to make up some ground, so they might go up a little early. But remember, it's 100 laps in the stage to start things off. We're going to see how it goes. The longer this runs, Jacob Quills pulled out a heck of a lead. 3/10 over Patrick Gitter to start things off.
Got the opportunity to start on the front row because of the fact that Basin missed the start. So an important beginning for the 77 here. There's a lot of confidence from him previously. We've seen him make one appearance in the points races prior to the All-Star break. He leads up in the front the first 3. But already of note, Joseph Galata's up 6 amongst those in the early going. Everybody else on lap number 4 just making sure to see what happens with Andrew Dyson having to come back from a lap down already.
Yeah, remember, he had to come down pit road. I believe he had some sort of penalty or something like that to where he had to come down pit road for a drive-through from last week, it looks like. Andrew Dyson changing lanes before the final corner back at Watkins Glen. So that restart violation was why he's a lap down, and he served it, and now he's back on the racetrack, just going to need a caution to help him out. But single file in the front 10, and even further back now.
Yep, everybody just remaining the most patient. It almost feels like what you would see at Daytona. Nobody is willing to take the risk. There were several league races I've seen this week where everybody was not afraid to battle hard side by side in the early going. Not tonight. Everybody is thinking big picture. Track temperature, mind you, to start off this evening is 102. It's pretty hot. There is one to the bottom, though. It's Patrick Gitter for the race lead to push the 77 up high.
Side by side for the lead out of turn number 4. The top 2 come to complete lap number 6 to begin lap number 7, folks. When we hit lap number 8, we will stay silent up here in the booth, and lap 18, since Kyle Busch made those numbers his own, and we want to give a little bit of a tribute to him. So here in less than half of a lap, we will stay silent and start our remembrance of Kyle Busch.
So Quill able to defend until that point. But remember, we are all in the minds of Kyle Busch tonight. Stay forever Rowdy. It's lap 8. New race leader to start lap 9. It is Giglio. He was one of the drivers that picked up the purple license, did not get picked up by any NASCAR team for this year's qualifying series. As he says on the bumpers, he's a free agent. He's running with Black Flag Motorsports tonight and is looking to make some good speed. He is a veteran, though, when it comes to the lineage of FLCC, though. Kirk, you spoke with him.
Yeah, it turns out he used to race back in the 100% Cup Series, which is what the predecessor to the Full-Length Cup Challenge actually was. And he has not returned since the new rebranding to Full-Length Cup Challenge and under the new ownership of Bobby Anderson. And I got to tell you, this 8-car, yesterday in the Friday Night Lights Series, we had Nicholas Vroman drive the 8-car, and he was able to go out and win that race in that 8 machine. And another 8-car leading the race here, even though Dale Jr. used to drive that particular style of the 8, I can tell you it's kind of cool to see 8-car leading the race again.
Really trying to use the outside line while doing so. He's not using the blue line like the others here. Do you think that will help or hurt him for later, knowing everybody else is still sticking to the paint?
Time will tell. Time will tell. That's the best way I could describe it. Some people have a hell of a strategy that works out for them, but remember, this guy made the top 30 in all of the NASCAR. Hit wall a little bit, but these things are tanks, so he can take it. But I can tell you right now that we're seeing just a huge amount of battling going on back here in the back of the field. Whether or not the top strategies is going to work or not, we'll see the longer we go. I'd say around lap 25 we'll get a good gist and see how that works. But more and more cars trying to go from the back to the front. You're looking at the 36 of Tucker, I believe, trying to go to the outside of Nolan Hodgson.
Now, one of Kyle Busch's paint schemes being used by Michael Tucker tonight. Also covered in KBM logos this evening instead of the normal paint schemes we've seen for the 36, and switching to a Toyota for this race. Many are taking the chance to pay tribute, as we have discussed here. That includes Avila himself. You also throw a couple others, such as Ralph Hutchinson, that have thrown the Kyle Busch paint schemes onto the card tonight. As we go about in this race, we'll see those paint schemes along with the patriotic schemes, since it is Memorial Day weekend also, all throughout this evening. And obviously, with that being said here, it's definitely an emotional weekend. But right now, we're seeing, as we go for the race itself, one of those with a Greg Biffle tribute we've seen all season, Matthew David Wood on the move.
Yeah, and he also, if you look closely at that hood, he's got a Rowdy paint, the Rowdy number 8 on it as well. Favorite paint so far of the week right there, because throwing back to 2 drivers at the same time, giving homage, and I love it. He's now P2. He went pretty dang well through this pack. He started in 4th. He's passed a couple cars, got up to 2nd. But the real surprise, again, is Blake Giglio. I got to tell you, this guy started in 8th. He passed all these guys early, pulled out to a big lead. He's now 8/10 over Matthew David Wood. And I'm sure that Matthew's going to try and dig and dig and dig to try to catch back up. But the 21 of Patrick Gitter's fallen back, and our pole center, remember, who started from the pits, is already hit the back end of the field. Dylan Basin, he is now up to 22nd at this time. So he's going through the pack, even though he started from the pits. He's coming through pretty quickly.
They're doing a solid job on his charge back up here. He did get launched immediately with the drop of the green flag. That's compared to Avila, who had a small delay, and he was much further down pit road. So if you start from pit road and you got the first pit stalls, it's not that bad. You're able to catch up to the back of the pack within a few laps. If you're starting, say, 25th and starting from pit road, you're going to be on your own for the first 20-plus laps until everyone's pace falls off, unless yours does too. We're coming up to lap 18 this time by. We continue on with tonight's coverage for the Forever Rowdy 600, lap 18. And as lap 18 completes here, and you see Avila trying to make sure he does not get lapped here. The leaders are already a corner behind him. Some of the others continue their charge. Tucker is doing that. Quill is falling off on the long run. He does not have long run speed right now.
He does not showing it right now at least. I can tell you that it's going to continue. That 36 is really trying to get all he can get early on, Michael Tucker. Talked to him prior to this race starting. His main goal was just to get to the finish of this dang thing, try to get a top 15. But he's showing some speed early and making sure people know, hey, I got a car too. I'm doing just fine. And you can see now that we're a little ways into the run, about 20 laps, you know, it'd be a hard sight to see anybody on the bottom of the racetrack.
Gonna see a lot more people moving up to the middle or top, absolutely. The Michael Tucker in particular, running the highest out of anybody. Oh, we had a slide out of the corner. It's the leader. Giglio's had an issue from the 8 machine, trying to run lower. He's lost the lead to Wood, Conklin, and Gitter, and Tucker all drive by. And Giglio to the end of the top 5.
Oh my goodness, what happened to the 8 car? He was running away with this thing on his own by a mile. And in turns 3 and 4, he's on the bottom of the racetrack. It's real loose down there. It's real hot. Sliding up, getting loose, sliding it off. And now he's gotten 4 overcooked tires. And I don't know if he's going to be very fast for the rest of the stage. When you slide a car like that, it kills your tires. Oh, he put Galata up in the wall a little bit there.
Yeah, a little bit higher up. And the 99 actually uses that as a ramp effect. A little bit of Bristol exploit, if you will, coming into play, possibly not really in seriousness, but Galata still makes the pass, driving a Chevy tonight. And obviously, as the season goes on, for whatever reason, you'll see manufacturer changes, or people cook them out on manufacturer. It's interesting to see a lot of not run the normal Toyotas we've seen from that team here tonight. Going with the star bannered machine in the Chevy for Bigfoot.
Yeah, it's not very common we see Galata back out here on the racetrack, but now that the qualifying series is over, we're starting to see that 99 out there on the racetrack a little bit more. Yeah, I think he's going to start coming back and race a little bit more with us. Definitely a talented driver, and happy to have him back with the Full Length Cup Challenge, and hope he stays for a long time. Bigfoot Chassis Collective, something he kind of works with. Great group of people over there, and it seems like they're doing really well, sitting top 10 right now, P6.
Yeah, he's got decent speed right now. He's running 30.5s. That's quicker than the leader. As a matter of fact, he's your quickest car in the top 10, last time by at least. The average also is the quickest out of anybody in the top 20. But the Ryko machines are moving. You have Conklin Ryan pressure up front. You have others like Nolan Hodgson moving forward. Also, 212 for car number 12.
Yeah, Nolan Hodgson, I mean, out of the Ryko camp, I believe is who we're talking about there. You can see that 12 machine. That entire team is just doing really well. You see Compton right now closing in on our leader up towards the front, actually. This is starting to get really close, side by side for the lead in turns 1 and 2, in fact.
Conklin taking a look. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's a very similar, if not the same type of setup base that you normally would see from the Coke 600 or World 600 races for the officials, and or what maybe even ran to the NASCAR side to a point to the where it's going to have speed but not give away all the speed bits. Conklin going to get the run. He was dominant last night in World 600 racing and toss put on race spots. He's up to the front again. It's Sean Conklin picking up where he left off, leading laps at Charlotte, but it's not done yet. Here comes Wood on the crossover.
Yeah, he did a slide job up in front of the 16. 16 shot it down to the bottom, and he's going to do the exact same thing. Slide job right up the hill, and here comes the 17 right back on the bottom. This is awesome racing up front.
Oh my goodness, Conklin nearly spun it and still made the pass. Now it's that RFK machine up to the point. The Ryko power plant up to the lead. Now looks to set sail with clean air. Now let's find out how fast that car truly is now that it's got the clean advantage for now. Galata, by the way, also made the pass for 5th as that completion for the lead happened. So the 99 is still picking up pace in dirty air.
Again, just as a quick reminder, folks, Andrew Dyson is still the only car 1 lap down. Everybody else still out there on the lead lap with only Johnny Avila really far off behind the pace, 28 seconds behind the leader. So everybody else within 15 seconds of the lead. You're looking still at your top 5 runners right there on your screen, all in your picture.
Yeah, they're eventually going to see dirty air fed from Avila with the rate they're closing. Avila's pace, by the way, is running 30.9. You see some slides there previously with Tucker, by the way. 36, having a moment, nearly ran to the back end of the 16 off exit. That's why he slid. He's also trying to be as high up as he can on some of these corner apexes. He's a little higher up than everybody else. We talked about this previously. He's going to have to be careful. You can see he's trying to go low, go high on the apex, get the cut.
Got to say, 36 is surprising me. Michael Tucker, great run so far in that 36 machine, but we're only 30 laps into the run. There's going to be a long way to go for that 36. If he is going to be able to continue this march towards the front, that would be really cool to watch. But he's all the way up against the wall again. I think he's been pushing the tires harder than anybody around him, and it might not help him long run.
Yeah, that. Now here comes the question here. We're already 30-plus laps in. The fuel run is about 60 to 70 laps here at Charlotte, give or take. Do you take it at 50, make it simple on yourself, split it in half, or do you just run it out and use the fresher tires for the end of the stage? Hold on one second.
Oh.
We got problems. Turn 4. That's Dustin Hall. And Hall, running 29th, had a slide in the 1.
Yeah, it looks like he just got loose all on his own. You're going to see it happen off the corner, turn number 4. Did a good job not collecting anyone else, but and also no damage to the one car either, but he did lose quite a bit of positions. You'll see it happen here on your screen here shortly.
Little wiggle, lot of wiggle. Bye-bye race car. And Hall did a great job to not even send it to the infield there into the road course portion. To the back he'll go, though. As a result, Hall is now running 38th, of -9 from that.
Yeah, you got to remember, too, you only get 15x in this race. Not a lot of incident points you can play with. You do not want to go through the grass that many times because it is a long one, 600 miles.
You don't even want to spin sideways. That's a 2x in itself. You hit the wall too hard as a 2x. Obviously, you hit a car, it's a 4x. You don't want to do that too many times either, to say the least. As you just see, Getter Munsel's trying to search for clean air here. All while in the middle of the pack. See some of the racing as some of the drivers getting feisty here. That includes Derek Heitman making an appearance tonight. They have Dyson still in this mix also, just trying to stay out of trouble as the only car a lap down in the mix.
This is where it can get dangerous. Everybody's dealing with dirty air back here. One mistake can really cause a big stack up when everybody's so close. You got to be very careful, but it's also in that point in the run where the car is sliding loose. You got to take care of your stuff. It's very difficult to keep it underneath you. 88 hits the wall. Kumacheski that time.
See Benefield just riding about here. He made it pretty clear with the All-Star race. Hey, don't forget me. I have NASCAR experience too. Remember, ran in 2019. Also is important on the crew side for Conti, and when they have had drivers up at the Coke Series. Benefield, impatient in 24th tonight. We'll see what he's going to be there long run as Tucker drops back again. 99 making a slide up. Going to move on forward and make the pass. By the way, Evan Mesnard, he pit already. The 73 is on freshies and is right in the mix of the leaders.
Yeah, that's very unorthodox. Prior to coming down pit road, he was running back in 40th at the very tail end of the field. So I don't think it was much of a change. I think his car was just so poorly handling, he needed to come down and make an adjustment once he could make it on gas. So he was the first to do the very short pit. It's not going to be super beneficial, I think, but if he can get one of his laps back, that would be very important for his race in the long run. He needs to get by that 17 quickly.
Gonna have to sort it pretty soon to get around without any troubles, as this is going to be a gamble for the 73 on the fall off at least. We're already at fall off at a second and a half so far. As Mesnard at least gets in front of Conklin, gets back in the lead lap. Now looks to race his way ahead.
Yeah, back in second. These two are side by side. That's Jacob Quill in the bottom. New driver started at Watkins Glen trying to get something done as the 16. Matthew David Wood, who's been racing with us all the way since Daytona. He even won one of the duels at Daytona. Now falling back to third.
And again, you have to think with the same setup backing, the speed difference is going to be there. Remember, the 77 dropped 4 or 5 spots over the course of 10 to 20. But now we're building things back up to where the 77 on long runs there. Was it as simple as cooling the tires in the case of Jacob Quill, you think, to help himself get up to Conklin? He does have good speed. We've seen him in our leagues.
You know, I've seen a strange phenomenon. I might be just talking nonsense here, but I've always seen that once cars are running in a single line for a long period of time, that part of the track heats up. That's a part of the oval refresh that iRacing's been doing. It really heats up that part of the track, and with it already being so hot outside, more and more cars getting off the bottom was a benefit, I think, to these guys, because now you're seeing the 16 running the bottom a little bit more. Now less people are down there, and the top line's starting to get a little hot, and you'll start seeing some more guys get loose up top to where they're going to be searching all over the racetrack for a cool piece of track that will be less and less grip, trying to find more and more grip. But it's how it works here, and Quill's showing some speed. He's going to catch Conklin at this rate if he continues the pace he has.
Exactly. I think this is going to be one of those races, especially when we get to the nighttime. We're going to see a lot, I think, some ebbs and flows a bit as well with setups too, because some will be faster in the daytime, some will be faster in the nighttime. The best drivers have the balance in between the two. As you see Hodgson, Vrolman on the screen. Jonathan Delaney also running the high side. Delaney just about scraped the wall a bit as offset 3 wide.
Yeah, you got to be very careful here. I think this is, I saw this image from a while back, and I'm just like, yep, okay, this is where it's going to get dangerous. 3 guys running 3 different lines. That never ends up okay. 12th car on the bottom. You see Roman in the middle. He won yesterday in the Friday Night Lights Series. And Delaney up there in the 6th won the All-Star race last week. Got a lot of good winners up here in this top group.
Yeah, you see some great speed for some of the drivers here as they rumble. Roman, we know, can make his way forward in a lot of cases will on run one of the Conti cars in the series. It's always an interesting thought of what setup he's running, but then again, somebody will eventually tell Michael, eventually, but oh wow, it's gonna get to where you'll see moves like that, where you'll have to be able to defend, make the sliders work, force the drivers behind to start to battle to save yourself. Look who's there, it's Basin.
Wow, started from the pits, and the guy's already at the crack the top 10. I cannot believe that talent in that 06 car. You know, it's funny, you'll notice all night, the roof of that car shows the number 6, because that's what he runs, I believe, in the Coke Series. But on the side of the car in this series, 6 is already taken by that car right there to his outside. Jonathan Delaney owns that 6. He can't use it, so on the door, you'll see the 06, where the 6 normally is.
And remember, 06, it's 3 wide in front, by the way.
Wow!
As that's a squeeze. I don't think the 95 likes the move from Hodgson here. Hodgson playing himself on the bottom, all while Tucker says, I'm out of this. Basin says, I'm back into this with the little mini O on the 6.
I tell you what, this is awesome. I love Charlotte racing. Why the heck did we move the All-Star race to Dover? This is 10 times better. Come on, let's go here. It's good driving by these guys. I like seeing it.
And we're seeing just how some of these drivers are getting really, I guess, bold. Here's the Kyle machine, or rather, Bobby Anderson machine. The 5 is in. And this is the start of, for the most part, expected pit stops. We're at almost halfway here in the stage. Sean O'Brien just said he's coming down this time in the heart of the field. So this is to where we'll see a lot of people splitting up. Sean Conklin, I think, just said something on the radio because he just got into a battle with the 77 of Quill and said, go ahead.
Yep, told you that 77 was going to get there any second now. He was on the march. And he just got there and made the pass look easy. 77, new leader. Jacob Quill leading again here from Charlotte. And I can tell you right now, one driver that's noticeably absent from this top group is a driver who was up in the lead for the majority of the beginning of this race, who's fallen back all the way to 18th. Blake Giglio is out of the top 15, sitting right now back here in that 8 car. It's a handful. He needs to make some adjustments to that machine, it looks like.
Needs to sort it out pretty quickly, as O'Brien now just hit pit road, you see on the box. Again, started off strong with laps led, got some attention. That attention now is going the opposite way. Oh, by the way, no surprise here amongst those Benefields starting to make some moves, but the caution is out. We're under yellow for the first time. It's pit entry.
Yeah, Paul Hill's involved. Joseph Galata's involved. The 19 car of Ralph Hutchinson sitting the wrong way on the racetrack. And it will be a few cars that bring out the first yellow of the day here on lap 49, going out of turn number 4. Let's see what happened.
This is what I'm always concerned about here. Look at the 99. Got loose. Bye-bye.
Hate to see it. 36 got up and out of the way. He missed it. Oh, 62, Neil Pearson, heavy front right damage. Sorry, front left damage. Looks like multiple cars, I say about 3 have damage. Paul Hill didn't really get too much of a hit. I'm looking at it again from multiple angles, and I can just say I feel really bad for the 62 because I think he got the worst end of the stick. Everybody else sliding and just trying to avoid contact. you're on board with Neil now, you'll see the smoke, and you're like, I'll go top. That was not the correct decision. Unfortunately, his tires probably are broken. He'll need to get that fixed. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that done very quickly.
And pace car on the back straightaway. You see a lot of wounded race cars. That includes 62 Neil Pearson in it. So that takes care of the pit stops for stage 1 at the very least. But a lot of drivers going to be into the work shed, if you will. That was the main concern I think you had for tonight here, Kirk, is in my experience on the long run, we've seen a lot of people over the course of the past week in multiple different series on the outside spin out in 3 and 4. For whatever reason, once you hit that tunnel, cars just go bye-bye.
Well, you're absolutely right. Dangerous part of the track because everybody comes down pit road for pit stops. 4 tires and gas sounds like a good idea. It's right half smack dab in the middle of the stage. And you know who the big losers on this are? Everybody who came down pit road and got tires early. Did not work in their favor. And now Bobby Anderson, Evan Mesnard are now trapped 1 lap down as Ralph Hutchinson is now sitting 2 laps down on pit road.
Anderson got the wave around, or at least his position for it. I don't think he got it, though. I think it was Dyson who got it to correct. So Casey Graves missed pit road. It's Quill, Conklin, Wood, Gitter, Hodgson, Vroman, who are the first ones out that actually took service. As expected, nobody taking left sides only or right sides only this early in a 600 miler. Talking about the point standings, we haven't talked about at all yet tonight at the very least. Obviously, there's been one driver in command all season, Sean Conklin in the point standings. He's got an advantage of 90 already this campaign when it comes to the chase. Lucas Hoitzma amongst those up in second coming into tonight. Dylan Basin, Nicholas Rowan, Jonathan Lee very much your top 5 this evening here, Kirk. But with the cut line, it could get to where things are solidified for some and could get interesting for others. We're entering the meat and potatoes of the season, that middle third, if you will, 2026.
Yeah, but a string of bad races can take you from 8th place in the points, feeling comfortable, all the way outside of top 15. You never know. It just depends on how good your season is and how consistent you're able to avoid the trouble. Up front, though, Quill, Conklin, Wood, and Gitter. Got to tell you, this race here tonight is really what I think the main folks are going to think about. Points are cool, but this is a crown jewel. You want to win that 600-mile race more than anything. You're going to do all it takes to get the job done here tonight. And Quill, new driver to the series, would love to make a statement saying, hey, I know I'm new, but I could kick your tail. And he's going to try and do that from first place right now. He's got to survive another 340-something laps to be able to make that work. But you also got Conklin, points leader, course. He's pretty dang confident. As long as he's able to stay out of trouble, he'll have a top 5, no doubt about it. We'll see how the strategy works out. But no strat in stage 1 with the caution coming out when it did.
And so we're past halfway in stage 1. Quill, Conklin, Wood, Gitter, Hodgson, Vroom, all towards the front of the field here. Let's find out who's going to be able to fire off the best again. We've seen long run settle in for the 77 last run. What happens this time? Pace car off, restart zone, time to the green. Good start, Conklin. Got it timed very well, but it's teamwork in terms of the setup alliance on the inside.
Man, what a restart for that 16 car.
Yep, got the fire off. And right now, you can see Conklin at least trying to go with Wood, trying to zoom his way forward also. Look at some of the others in the mix here. You see that Coca-Cola machine in the heart of the field at the very minimum. This is to where some drivers are going to have to think pretty soon. Where are they going to get that shimmy, if you will, for some of the moves? Look at some of those like Murray going 3 wide. Contact with Heitman.
Yeah, I don't think he knew that he was 3 wide. 22 of Murray. Remember, he's quick to temper. He's one of those folks that get angry real easy in this series. He got a suspension at one point in the middle of the season. He's got to get real confident, real calm. It looks like nothing bad, but, you know, anytime I see him put in a weird, odd position like that, I get a little worried. So, looks like he's able to hang on to it.
Right now, everybody just continuing to rumble as we get physical, if you will, in some cases. See, looking at the front of the field, another new player. It's joining in the fray. Basin is there. It took him 57 laps to go from the pit road, 42nd on track, basically, to third.
Wow, that guy's just... That's why they're in the Cup Series, both those guys, 17 and the 06. But car in front, 77, kind of, you know, playing a different game than I think they are right now. I think that he's on the gas. I think he's trying to gap them as far as he can. Now it's just a matter of time and to see how quick it is for second and third to catch back up to him.
Now, the huge thing will be, will Quill continue to have the same effect as the last run, or did he make the adjustments? We'll see in a few moments here what will happen as the run progresses. Roman, though, is progressing forward at the very least. Look at him on the middle, right on top of the scene. That is dangerous, though. That can potentially snap you around if you aren't careful.
Oh, man, he's right on that left rear quarter panel. Roman, we know he's fast. He won last week. Oh, he tried to get down to the bottom. Looks like he does. He's going to try and make the bottom line work. It's going to be hard to make that happen off turn one. You know, that outside line gets a heck of a run with the momentum. Oh, big crash behind on the back straightaway.
Is Brickley involved? We're not under yellow yet. He's not on the racing surface. Will stay green as the 00 stops in the barrier. Let's take a look at what happened here, Kirk.
Oh, boy. Out of turn number 2 is where this thing gets started. It looks like to me that, he might not have known that he had a car on his outside. You see that 98 up top on the outside. His 00 is going to go up on his normal line. He hits that 98 and just claps the right side of that car and also the rear here. So I don't know if that's going to kill the suspension necessarily. That might have. That one will. But definitely not a way that 00 wants to start his day out there on a racetrack right now. He's still driving. He didn't go to the pit road. He's staying out on the racetrack, so no meatball for him.
Open now. Opportunities are there for some of the others to keep on zipping. You know who's in second right now? It's the 36, Michael Tucker. He is rolling. Quill has already dropped back a bit. 0.3 off the pace to the 36 last time by. So Quill, well, at least right at the top, but Tucker's got the speed, especially, it seems, off the corners.
Where did Michael Tucker come from? This guy, this is a kind of a cool little showing for that 36 early in the run. That guy's got a lot of speed. And remember, we saw it last run. He fell off about 25 laps into the run, so we got another maybe 15 laps before that happened. So he's here to stay for a little while. Looks like he's trying to get by the 77, who's also been pushing early in this run. Going way up top now as the top 3 are running 3 separate lines.
Yeah. You gotta love Charlotte sometimes, though. It's one of those tracks where you can get multiple groups to work here. Was that way in terms of fixed racing. It is that way here with the open setups. It's a good place to battle with this week. This car's raced very well, to say the very least, with this package. But we're still coming up pretty soon to the final stretch of stage 1. Traffic is ahead. It's Brickley wounded. How will they handle Brickley? Looks like Brickley will just stick to the bottom. No issue.
Yeah, he understands. When you got damage like that and you get involved in a wreck, your heart's already not in necessarily the best of places. You know, I feel bad for Brickley because he's also one of those independent drivers. He doesn't really have a team that he's with necessarily. He always is an independent one, and I always root for him. I really do. But he's going to be a lap down now, and he's going to need caution to be able to help him get a lap back. And I hope he gets it, only just so that way it helps him out. But He's in a rough spot.
Yeah, Brickley going to have to hope he doesn't drop any more seconds back. He's got a 7-second cushion to Mesnard for the lucky dog. But he's got a wounded car that's down by at least a few tenths a lap compared to him. So it's going to be a challenge as you see some of the drivers making their way through. Gallimore amongst those who's raced a fair bit as slow ups toward the 60. It's Taylor.
The heck happened to Jedi? Here we go, down the back straightaway. Everything looks fine. Nothing really out of the ordinary for that number 60 machine. Again, Jedi Taylor won in Daytona earlier this year. He's running with the 8 car, who's also way back there in the field. Oh, he just got loose on his own. Saved the car. What a hell of a save. Good job there, Jedi.
He was saying he was loose about 10 laps ago in the radio. I mean, he's kind of showing it, isn't he? As we take a look at William Owens going with the red and blue on top of the white accents. Silverish, if you will, for the 30. Able to pick up a spot there in the heart of the field. Trailing Corey Moore and Cameron Stone.
And this is just the fun part of the race, man. I remember I enjoyed the first 100 laps of Charlotte 600. Always a fun thing to do. You know, it gets kind of chaotic in the back of the field, and that's where the fun is. But up here in the front, these guys are just trying to run optimal line, trying to get as much speed as they can out of the car. But the rest of the guys in the back kind of are, you know, they know they're just trying to get top 15 this week, some of the guys. I spoke with more than half of the drivers, and the majority of them said, oh, look out, there they go. Tyler Hunter goes around in the grass. Hang on to it, buddy. No contact, otherwise decides to do a little burnout for everybody. Nice little pirouette. Oh, don't go up on the track, buddy. There you go. Tyler Hunter, get that thing underneath you. He's running for EPI today. Just got loose. Like some contact after being middle 3, I think.
And the EPI machine having a bit of a ride. And look at this 3 wide. Well, how'd that go? Pretty simple. 1 bounce up, 1 bounce down, bye-bye 48.
And look at that. This is my favorite part. Yippee. Just does a little pirouette over the logo. I'm cool. Don't worry about it. I'll get back out there, though. I think he'll be fine. He'll stay on the lead lap. Side-by-side for 3rd place, though. 16 car is racing with Conklin. Wood and Conklin.
You see this in the heart of the field again. Wow. Got to be careful there. Wood getting to the bottom. That's for the top 3. Conklin getting some distance now. He'll move to the top. But the 36, again, is showing the long run tire woes, if you will. Again, fading back.
Yep, 25 laps. This time it was about 20, 22 before the tire wear starts showing. But, yeah, it kind of happens when you push really, really hard early. And, you know, your car's built to do more short run than long run. But that's just good to see that he's got the short run speed right now.
Steve Basin, in his situation, trying to hold back, set up on the inside right now amongst those who's faded down to 8th after his charge to the top 3. Did he overuse the tires, you think, here, or is he trying to save as he's using the gears a bit?
Not sure. I really am not sure. You know, I think right here, I think he kind of knows that right now he doesn't need to push. You could probably wait another 10 lap, 15 lap if you're saving your tires and then push, and you'll gain a lot of spots because a lot of guys will burn their stuff up. We saw it happen earlier. 77 backed off for 10 laps, and he was able to pass a lot of guys. Look out, a little bit of door slamming from the 36 and the 95.
Again, aggression popping up here. Tucker saying, I'm just loose. I think that's going to be an issue here all night is if you can't put the throttle down, you're going to not get the speed up.
There is just a wild pack going on right now up here for this front group and also in the back. They're racing all over this track. I wish I could show you every battle, but we really can't. It's kind of chaotic throughout the field.
Yeah. Look at this group. This could be trouble pretty soon with some of this. Paul Hill, Kevin Zosiak making an appearance. Brickley lap traffic just trying to stay on the outside, scraping the walls. Some of these drivers are just getting a bit bold with their sends, just like Roman going for an aggressive send to the inside. That makes him up to 6.
We got about 25 laps for the end of this stage, folks. So, I mean, a lot of things can change. Conklin is catching the leader. He's there, actually, for the lead.
Here we go. He's on the bumper. The long run coming in again. Once again, the fight is on. The 17 to the inside. Slider up. Right in front of Quill. Quill could have went for the crossover, but elected not to. Just got a bit tight, trying to avoid hitting the 17 on the cut. And now it's Sean Conklin back up to the race lead. Up at the wall in the background, Wood trying to run the floorboards. But everybody else works their way through with 24 to go in stage 1.
Top 3 are all under a blanket. It goes noom, 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 right by each other, just like that. You'll hear it right here.
Look at that big slide, though, for Hodgson, though. Highest up he's been, up 6 so far tonight since the green flag. 12. Just trying to make sure those rears don't get lit up. A lot of people are starting to see a lot of issues off the exit.
77's falling back again. He's getting under fire from the 16. He's getting past from the 16 on the top. 17's now scooting out to a larger lead as these two continue the battle for second place. And third place is also, fourth place rather, is also under grabs. See the 21 and the 12 side by side. Trying to do some side drafting, Nolan is, but you're right. It gets so loose on the exit of these corners. The longer you run, the hotter the track is. Less tire you got, looser the car will be.
And obviously, this will change over the course of the night. Track temp went up, actually, since the last read. It's at 106 now, by the way. So it is getting hotter as the sun bakes down. And more importantly, we've seen in iRacing, as the rubber settles in and you put more energy into the racetrack, if you will, as cars zoom on it. Similar to that of short tracks, where it went up +10 2 years ago, crossed over to the ovals in the past year or so, and now we're seeing it really impact track temps. There's a look, by the way, at the fall off for some, the correction for others. The black flag machine of Lucas Hoytsma looking to come up through the field. Up 9 so far, able to join to P8.
Exactly right. Hoytsman's on the move forward, which is really good. He always has a fast car. It's going to be hard to beat. But he's running with Delaney right now, and those two cars are running around the same speed. But that 36, we saw up in the top 3 a handful of laps ago, back on lap 65. But now, as the run has progressed, he is now falling all the way back, almost outside of the top 10. Just showing that he just has a really good short run speed, but he does not have the long run right now in that 36 machine. Oh,
look at Avila, though. Remember, was barely holding on to the lead lap previously. Now, he's up to 12. Another one of those in the SLOW camp. They run to the outliner side. He told me he owns that side, actually, for the setup side. His promising driver has been for a while, ran with Nexus at one point. And he's actually picking up a fair amount of speed here, trying to battle with Galata, who's the head of the pack.
Man, it's just fun. I like this. This is good. You know, it's been such a hard week for us all, but we're out here enjoying racing the way it ought to be. I love it.
And as contact to the wall there's going to slow things up. Benefiel, for his sake, he too is cutting his way on forward. The 83 for Conti's camp. Able to jump up now into that spot for 11th. It's Galata that's now the top 10, I should say. Alex Murray is also quietly running here. The 22 just trying to ride. Did get some experience from the league side for an All-Star race in Moonshiners this past week on the Wednesday. And looked pretty fast there. That car trying to find its way up to the pack, highest up from his setup side. By the way, up the road, Delaney and Hoytsma. Teammates unite. They look to fight for 8th.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now on this racetrack. I'm trying to get a view of all the big storylines that I think we need to pay attention to. And one of the biggest one is, I thought that 8 car, Blake Giglio, the new driver who's kind of really dang quick, has not recovered. He is back in 26th right now, and he has just been not going the right direction. He stayed in the back half of the field since the restart, and that could be a decision one of two ways, because he had speed in the first stage. The first 50 laps. He had a lot of speed. I don't know what may have happened inside that 8. Oh, look out, somebody's slow on the back straightaway. There's the 83 of Adam Benefiel in the grass.
Benefiel having issues. Avila having a lot of chatter on the radio. See what happened as that car went for a slide. I think he was going for a slider and lost it.
Not sure. We're going to see that right here, right now. Down the back. Oh, he got loose on his own. Yeah, that was not the Avila's car's fault. Heavy left front damage for... Oh, no, big one. Oh, yep, that'll do it. Yeah, there goes the left front suspension for Benefiel. Yeah, that's why he's in the grass. He's trying to keep control of an uncontrollable object.
And that car is totaled. He's in pit road. There goes Benefiel's chances. Galata, I think, from the past couple laps also picked up nose damage in the checkup from that situation. The 99's got a problem.
Man, oh man, not very good. See that front end damage? That's not going to help him. He's going to need to come down pit road and get that fixed here in about 13 laps.
Front straightaway, Mesnar just had a spin. No caution, we stay green. He was running 40th. And he sent it down pit road to get it back load up without going on the racetrack. Let's see what happened to the 73. Oh, it's a day's old common tale here tonight. Losing it off of 4.
Yeah, it's not the first time we saw it. Probably won't be the last, folks. Everybody's tires are screaming right now. They're just so loose. We saw the 16 slide it sideways. Look at this right now. He's under fire, trying to hang on to third place. Not going to happen. Basin just got by him as Quill moves up to second, and Basin running P3.
And just like that, we're coming up towards 11 to go in the stage here. Door-baiting Hodgson trying to find a way to cut ahead. This is for 5th. Get her on the outside. All while Vroom rides on and tries to find the exit. It's Hodgson who finds the speed to pass by the 21, though. Able to jump up as they're 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds nearly behind your race leader with that shuffle. John Conklin, by the way, holding on, he has pulled away by 7 car lengths. Others are fighting like Murray. He's here with Paul Hill. This is now for 12.
Not going to get any stage points if they stay right where they are. They need to catch up to Avila, who's way up the road. Not going to be able to get there in 10 laps, I don't think. I think Avila's got a pretty comfortable position sitting P10 with nobody around him for quite a few car lengths on either side. You could almost put him in 10th in the bag at this point. Hoytsma, though, sitting up there in 9th place spot. He was running with Delaney, but Delaney has decided to get up the track and go a lot faster. He just got by another vehicle, Vroman there. Vroman's going the wrong direction in the 95.
Yeah, all of a sudden, his long run pace has fallen down. His pace to 31.2s last time by was 0.4 off. His average has dropped off by a 10th. Still seen on screen, though, the fall off for Gitter also is similar to that same realm. Delaney has been having a solid campaign. Got a huge slider in front of him. Quick cut. He looks to try and add onto the stats. All wow. Basin on long run, also sparkling with traffic ahead. And traffic nearly causing contact.
Yeah, Tyler Hunter, remember he got a spin out earlier, lost a lap. Now he's the first car 1 lap down, it looks like, as these two battle for second place hard, and they got to do all they can to try and hang on to it. 77's in the wall.
Quill having a hard time now all of a sudden. Still holds on to 3rd with less than 10 to go. He continues to let it ride up high side, but you can tell he's struggling with how much he's having to let the car roll. Some of the others, like we're talking about, like Getter, are in the same boat. Right now, others at the other end of the racetrack, Giglio has definitely fallen off here. He's in the 20s. From the lead to 22nd for the 8.
Yeah, I was talking about that a little bit ago. Yeah, that 8 car before we saw the wreck. I just feel really, really bad for him because it's his first career start with it. Well, since the 100% deal he was a part of, things have changed drastically in that time frame, and now he's he's out here, got the pro license, but he wants to make a statement. It's his first race in this league. He'd like to be able to try and make it a good one. Led laps early, just haven't recovered well since then. Oh,
We're
yeah, I'm expecting. Go ahead, Justin.
I was about to say, we're expecting a lot of track swings, too, if you will. So this is definitely one of those types of nights you have to be prepared for so much. This is just the first phase, if you will, as things will transition with less than 5 laps to go. Some of these drivers going to have an opportunity once night falls, and there's a lot more grip in theory. Isaac Samuntzel's cutting. You see some of the drivers up the front, though, battling. Lucas Hoytsman trying to get 8th.
Side by side, you can see that there. The 97 is caught up to that 95, just like that. And we know Vroman, he was fast early in the run, but it doesn't look like he's keeping that speed in the long run right now. The 97 of Hoytsma, who was stuck P2 most of the beginning part of yesterday's race, now cut up to the back bumper of him again, and he's going to try and catch and pass him here if he's going to have a shot to be able to do so.
Oh, contact! Up the racetrack goes the 95 with the love tap. But able to hold on in turn. Hoytsma keeps the pace on the inside. Right now in position to try and clear, and Vroman says, you know what? Take it.
That was pretty fun. Yeah, they're just having a good time. They're not done racing. Not at all. They got a couple laps to go left in the stage. Conklin and Basin, the 2 cars that are in the Coca-Cola Series this year, running 1-2. No doubt about it. That's kind of what we expect to see in this race right now. Coming to get 2 to go in the stage.
Couple laps to go. Final stage point up for grabs also. Right now, Avila's got it, but Heitman's providing pressure. Can Heitman in the 76 get up there? He's getting tight, though. Pit road already closed as we get ready to start the final lap of stage 1 for the Forever Rowdy 600. Right now, Conklin trying to hold back his teammate. The 2 RFK/Ryko cars rumble their way through. Basin a little quicker, but is not there to really take this in. For Sean Conklin, so far, he's led the most laps. 46 with the completion of this time by. He'll bring the 17 up to the green-white checker flag. It's Sean Conklin winning stage 1 from Charlotte. Basin second, Quill in third. Then Matthew David Wood, Nolan Hodgson were amongst the top 5. Delaney, Gitter, Hoytsma, Vroman, and Avila are how the top 10 shuffle with stage 1's end. As we take a look at that run through here, Kirk, what would you say? How stage 1 went with a lot of different comers and goers there, multiple different leaders.
Major thing that I came away with is that you cannot hit the gas and go hard early in this run and expect to do okay. Jacob Quill's one of those that did, and he was able to hang on, and I think it's because he's just a hell of a race car driver and had a great set underneath him as well. But you got drivers like the 36 of Tucker, who went out there, got up into the top 3 in the first 10 laps of that little run, and then 15 laps later, he was falling back outside of the top 10. You got to be very careful on how well you save your tires over the course of the run, I think.
Agree with that as well as we finished up stage 1. Expecting pit stops coming up here. As looks like Tower Hunter, the driver who will get the opportunity to jump onto the lead lap. We'll take a break as they go into pit road. You're watching Maconi Entertainment for tonight's coverage of the Full Length Cup Challenge.
Racing isn't easy. but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back, everyone, for tonight's coverage of the Forever Rowdy 600. Justin Prince Kirkmeals with you. Morgan Cook, our producer this evening. As Sean Conklin and Dylan Basin are 1 and 2 on the track after pit stops. Wood, Hodgson, Quill, Gitter, Delaney, Lucas Hoytsma, Vroman, and Heitman. The race off pit road amongst your top 10 here. Getting ready for the restart as we get set for stage number 2 tonight. How will things go with the Ryko cars now in command? Let's find out. Alrighty to the bumpers as the green is out. We're back underway.
Great jump from Conklin.
And great jump from Basin to him. He only got himself to the bottom, set himself up early. But everybody else looking to fight. A little bit of a tight maneuver. Wood causing a check for Hodgson. Gitter taking the chance to go inside.
Oh, look at Hoytsma up there trying to make the top line work early in the run. 3 wide with Paul Hill and Vroman. 3 wide back there for 10th.
Vroman laughing on the radio, I think it was. Or something of a cackle. The 99, 95 really. Just trying to find a way to have some fun tonight. Having to charge its way up a spot. Oh, well. It's Avila coming up on the bottom, boxed in by Paul Hill.
Oh, man, this is just wonderful. Take a look. Matthew David Wood and Patrick Gitter side by side. And you'll also see the 63 of Avila side by side with Hoytsma. That is for the 4th place spot and also for about 10th place, respectively.
Yeah, and this is to where some of the drivers at the very least are poking their way out. Others are saying, I've got to go to places. I want to be on the inside. Chances to make passes before I get past. Lucas Hoytsma one of those drivers that's looking to join the top fray here. He is in the top 10 now, getting around Avila. He's been remaining ever patient tonight with the way things have settled out. He's yet to win, believe it or not, after being last season's champion. But he has been the most consistent, you could argue. 10 top 10s in 12 starts.
No kid.
He's got speed. The difference has been, for the points, Cockwood's got 4 wins. That's helped out his sake.
Yeah, for sure. Wins are how you're able to get a whole lot of points in this new format. You want to be winning, winning, winning. It'll help you out a lot. And I think the driver who needs to do that the most right now is the driver who's brand new. If he wants to do anything with the playoff, Jacob Quill's going to have to win a lot of races. He's going to have to do a lot to try and do that. He's new to this. Same thing with the 8-car, Blake Giglio. If they want to be a part of this and get into the chase, no such thing as playoffs anymore, God forbid we use that word, then, they're going to need to win some races.
All this is where we see just where the 8's going to stand in all this charge. Giglio sets back up. But now, to that point here too, you mentioned in terms of the chase, obviously. You have to be here to make the races. There's a lot of people that want to just be here and have fun, though. Give those credit here, too. Would you believe we got 67 starters already this season? Or 66 of those on the entry list that have at least taken the green flag in FLCC.
I believe it. Yeah, it's a very popular league. A lot of people who are really talented, just like the 77 pushing that second place vehicle right there. Look at that, Vroman. Where did he come from? He cackled really, really large on the start of the race, and he's moved up to second now. Take a look at that. He's got to get by to 17, and he might be up in the lead here shortly if he's able to do it.
There is a possibility with the way things are going, absolutely here. But Vroman going to have to pick his spots again. Look at Avila cutting his way forward.
Yeah, that was cool. He dove out right at the last second. He almost got into the back bumper of the 06, but not able to, didn't happen. So they're side by side for fourth is this grouping of front runners. Oh my gosh, there's nothing compared to the back of the field. There's blinkers, there's cars on the pit road. Something's crazy. What happened to Bobby?
Yeah, Bobby Anderson having an issue. There is a clearer of race control. So the 5, Amatso's having some issues right there. After the start of the season, Bobby Anderson having issues. This is why.
He's loose.
Did he hit the pit wall? Yes, he did.
Oh no! That's the worst type of hit you can have in Charlotte. My goodness.
That's always my concern because people said, oh, that wall's not going to be there with ovals. Yes, it was. After they put the roval in. That is a good question now. In real life, eventually you'd have to wonder if they take that wall out if they're not going to use the roval this year.
I don't know. I think that it's an interesting hazard, but we'll see how it goes. Look at Avila up here in the top lane. Holy cow, he's digging. He's going to be on the outside of the leader. Down the back straightaway, side by side for the lead.
Johnny Avila, the Canadian, up to the point. And the 63 for the first time today looks to get led laps. Just the outside to at least get the boost off. And a driver that's been off and on in terms of performance this season runs as well for Legacy. One of the NASCAR back-end teams has his first led lap of the day.
Wow, comers and goers. A whole lot of different cars up towards the front throughout this race.
Avila's gotten a couple top 10s this season for his sake today, or this season rather. However, he's only made 9 starts. You can argue that's the main reason he's not currently in the conversation for the cutoff for the chase right now. He's a -5 to the cut right now in terms of positions. With a race like this, if he can get some stage points, even if as long as he doesn't miss too many more races, he could join the fray for the postseason.
Well, I think that's going to be something he's going to try to do, no doubt about it. But Johnny Avila, I talked to him and his team just a little bit before this race started, and when I joined the lobby, they were talking about their paint schemes. And he's like, "You doing anything for Kyle Busch?" And not to me specifically, to his teammate. And he said that, "Oh, I'm going all out." And I'm like, "Yes, you are. Look at him. He's in that full-on M&M's machine, driving the 63 machine, and he's doing a good job of it too. He's now up to half a second in front of second place."
Yeah, he's got good speed right now, but again, he's another one of those we've seen, like Quill, that is on that same outfit for SLOW, that have slowed down after lap 25. No Conklin's thinking big picture, knowing you have to pit eventually. We're already almost 20 laps into the stage, if you will, coming up to 19 this time by. Jonathan Delaney, one of those that is trying to cut his way ahead again, though. Again, they run Ryko power plants in the Black Flag camp. Moving his way ahead. He's the highest out of that team here tonight. Look at Quill.
Wow.
That was a big block.
Yeah, that was, I don't know how well that's going to hold over. Hang on to that. It's a long race, pal. You don't want to make enemies this early.
You definitely don't in a race like this and in general. But right now, some of these drivers are saying, who needs enemies or who doesn't want enemies? After all, the rival bar is fun when it's 100. It's not fun when it's 100. For those who missed that reference, you get wrecked by your opponent on the console games when you did that back in the day. Or you get mean tweets in the modern day. In all seriousness, though, again, it's about picking your battles in a race like this. And we've seen a lot of these drivers say, especially with 3 wide, that nearly happened right there. No 3 wide, please. I'd like to keep it 2.
I like 3 wide throughout the whole field, please. I like an order that. So, since we're ordering, I feel like that's funny. Can you imagine a race being like a restaurant? You order the type of racing you want. I'd like 8 wide, please, on the front stretch. That's what I want. I don't know about y'all, but I think that's kind of funny.
I've seen people propose that, obviously, with the situation with Kyle Busch. I know that sounds funny. I understand the thought of an 8 wide salute or an 8 wide start. Imagine that here at Charlotte where you don't have 8 lanes in general, though. How you would enter the corner.
Yeah, I was saying it more as a joke, not literal. Good Lord. Golly.
I'm not joking. People
imagine.
have proposed that.
Wait, what? Really?
In at least 2 different leagues I've seen, people propose that. Both got immediately rejected because
good.
race. Now, 3 wide salutes are serious, though.
Yeah, you know what they did with Earnhardt, whenever Earnhardt passed in the next race, Gordon backed off. And he went back to the second lane and just left a spot open for the pole. Missing man formation. That's the way I would like to see it.
So let's get back on topic, if we will, because we've gone somewhere into, I don't know, Albuquerque? But right now, Bugs Bunny, you'd never let's get away from that cartoon reference. Paul Gallimore is just riding his way through in 20th.
Well, you know, top 20 is not a bad goal. A lot of these guys wanted the top 15 by the end of the day, and because it's just such a long race, we're on lap 126, 125. Look at how many laps you got left to go. We're not even near halfway yet. Oh my God, just realize how long it's going to be here. And the only thing I can tell you is that the longer this goes, the more you'll start seeing, I think, that 8 car move forward. Because that 8 car, I think, is quick. He's moved up to 18th. He was leading early in this race, but he had to back off. Something happened to that 8 car. He got loose out of a corner, and he was never the same since then. But I think the longer this goes, the darker the track will become when it goes to night. I think that 8 car might end up twisting.
I think by the end, absolutely, he is amongst those on the charge back again. See him to the inside of Isaacs. Isaacs will from the space to let him breathe and send himself into the corner in the first place. Although we'll try the crossover at the very minimum. You have to try it at the very least with the momentum. There's the run back for the rookie.
Yeah, I hate to call a pro a rookie. That's the truth of the matter. I'm looking at it. He's like 6,000 plus iRating with a pro license. I'm like, yeah, he's a rookie in this series. Yeah, might as well. That'd be funnier to look at that way, I guess. And prove your stuff in this series, and then we'll call you what you are.
I was kind of referring to Isaacs.
Oh, you're talking about Isaacs? Oh.
Yeah, they're both rookies,
both
technically.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah, well, Isaacs, you know, I talked to him prior to this race, and you know what his goal was? The dang finish. That was his goal. He didn't even have a number. He just said, I'd like to finish. I was like, okay. 400 laps. Well, I told him, don't be afraid to go a lap down. That type of stuff happens in this race.
And remember, there's a lot of people that have, on top of running tonight 600 miles, who at the very least try to run 600 miles in the officials. Heard Blake McCandless, former NASCAR broadcaster and now runner for CW. He ran 1,200 miles, trying to attempt that. But the lead is getting interesting because right now, Avila's got pressure. He's got Conklin to the inside. Conklin's long run is kicking in. Avila last time was a 10th off.
Yeah, it's a carbon copy of Quill, to coin a phrase. It's completely original right there. Just kidding, that came from our producer. Side by side for the lead. Out of turn number 2. I can tell you right now, this is kind of great. I love seeing this type of thing because you could have a car like the 63 lead a bunch of laps, but then, you know, whenever you have to go reap the sow, or whatever the phrase is, you know the deal. You gotta pay your due. And now you're paying your due. He's side by side for the lead with Conklin. And Vroman's sitting in the wings waiting for an open door. You reap what you sow. That's it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh, you had a crash down pit road, or at least a pit stop. Kevin Zosiak had a lot of smoke, and I think it was the former.
Zosiak. I like Zosiak. What happened to Zosiak?
Well, the answer is quite simple. Watch for this.
Williams? Nope. No, he just got loose on his own. Yeah, you can see it happening in the middle of the corner. Yeah. Did he hit the wall? Please don't. Oh, look at that. Oh, no, he did hit the wall. Dang it. I thought he missed them both. I was like, no. Well, look out on pit road. Glad there's no helmet sitting on the wall. 3 wide for 4th place right now. Holy cow. 6th place lost a lot of ground. And Lucas Hoytsma in the 97 moves up to 4th as the new leader. The 17 and the 95 scoot away from the 63. It's getting chaotic up front.
Getting busy. This is about the time where things usually shuffled. We are still not at the point of lights on, by the way, with the way things are progressing tonight. But Forever Rowdy 600. See right now Basin on his side-by-side with Quill. Still nothing doing for the 06 this time on the inside. Quill with the run, and Avila's tires are off a cliff.
Goodness gracious, look out, folks. I think we're going to start seeing that 63 going in the wrong direction here the longer this goes if we continue. It's already happening. You can see it there. Hoytsma on the bottom. He's going to make that pass for the 3rd place spot. He's side by side with him, but it's not over yet. But the 6 car is giving a shot to the back bumper of the 77 just behind it. He's going to be in danger of losing more if he doesn't get a hold of it. We'll see how it goes. 77 almost hit the wall there, too.
A lot of conversation on the radio of people saying, why are we running different lines? Right now. Right. I mean, Avila amongst the inside. I think Noah Hodgson was the one saying, why can't I have the spot? There are some that will say you can run a certain line to hold on for the arrow, but the caution is out regardless. We're back under yellow, and the 71 is around.
You have got to be joking. Caution is out, and I think it's right at the cusp of like the fuel run. We're in the window, so I think folks are going to come down pit road. You do not want to. You might not take tires. I mean, I don't know. I think you'll still take tires. We'll see. 71. What happened to him?
Have to take 4.
Yep. Oh boy, was there contact at all?
I don't think there was a touch, but the 71 getting loose. That's still on the racing surface. Just watch the onboard with the situation. So important to make sure you hold on with the throttle inputs. He was trying to go for a set on the inside initially. Did he touch the paint maybe?
Let's find out. Goes down to the 8. That looks fine. Looks normal. No, still fine. No, there it goes. Yeah. It just slid out from underneath him. Overcooked the right rear, I think.
There's a lot of people and officials that have been doing that same exact situation, by the way. And with that in mind, it's pit stop time. Conklin will lead them down to pit road this time. Driver in the lucky dog position, this yellow flag. 2 lap down, Evan Mesnard. And don't expect any variation here per se, unless anyone really wants to roll the dice and test something for stage 3 or 4. But right now, everyone making their stops. Once again,
I got an odd idea. I don't know if this is necessarily going to be the right idea, but with the amount of laps that we have left in this stage, you need to take tires. You absolutely need to. If it was towards the end of it or halfway, maybe you can get away with saving a set of tires, but not this time. Everybody goes off pit road chaotically at the front.
And
might blow a tire.
I know a few people are saying some of their tires. A few drivers, out of curiosity, did say a number, specifically Sean O'Brien Jr. His right front was at 19% during one of the runs. That's not good if you're in the black flag camp, if that's your tire wear for tonight.
Wait, is that like 19 after 37 laps? Or after 50?
After about 50.
Oh, okay. So because of that, no, it's not going to be good. No, I think that, we might be in the fuel window, but we are not really in a tire window, I think is the way I'll phrase it.
But you got to force it to the tire window if you want to be able to save the tire set.
Yep, you're right. I think right here, the folks, what they're going to have to do, they're going to back off the pace a lot. I mean, you got to save as much tire as you can under this next run, or you got to hope for more cautions. You kind of are in a position at the mercy of if we stay green to the end of the stage, do not overcook those tires. You cannot do what the 77 did and just go. You can't do what the 63 did and just go. You got to, be comfortable with where you are, or be willing to lose some spots if you want to make it to the end of this thing. It's going to be a long way. 60 laps when we get the green flag. You got a ways to go to be able to get there. But remember, you can still blow a tire and have 5 laps before you're forced to serve it. So maybe if you blow a tire on the last lap of the run, you'll be fine. I don't know. We'll have to find out.
So once again, Conklin and Vroman are now on the restarts front row. Then you have Lucas Weitzman, Johnny Avila, Dylan Basin, Jacob Quill, Jonathan Delaney, and Patrick Gitter. Paul Hill, Noah Hodgson are a part of your top 10. As we get ready for 62 to go in stage number 2 from Charlotte Motor Speedway, America's home for racing. Gotta love this racetrack sometimes. It's had some eventful times, to say the least. And tonight's been no exception so far, with a lot of different comers and goers. 67 laps led, though. Conklin's been on top of them all. We're back underway with the green.
My goodness, look out. 77's all over the back bumper of Avila. Oh, it came down into the 6-6, got loose, and here's a huge checkup right there. There goes the 16. Matthew David Woods around.
Caution flag is out. Matthew David Wood has a lot of smoke coming out from that area. And now we find out what happens here. I think Wood may have avoided exterior damage. Internal is a different thing. Let's see the reason.
You'll see it right here. The 6 car gets cut off right there. 6 car gets loose, gets up the hill. Everybody checks up. 41 gets into the left side quarter panel of the 16. I think he'll be fine. He should have very little damage to that, I think. But his tires are screwed.
Yeah, that's going to be everyone's question, is how the tires are going to fare out. Apparently there was a call that Quill said, oh, I didn't get a radio call with the 6. But for Wood, in the aftermath, he was just trying to run the top. Small check up there, either way, around he goes. Good job to hold on to it without going in the pack.
Wheels straight, so I think he'll be fine. He just have to go from the back to the front again and probably just say, hey, this is a scratch. I burnt most of the tire up trying to save the car. I went out there just for fun a few days ago and figured out you slide them tires at all, it really kills the long run speed. He's having to come down pit road to get some damage repaired. I don't think he'll get tires, but he'll try and get some of that damage repaired.
Plenty of tire sets if you want to use them here tonight. Essentially, the rough math is if you were to take the full distance, have a green flag run with at least 2 sets per stage, including the start of the stage, carry the numbers, you got at least 6 or 7 you use to start off the race. That leaves you with about 5, maybe 4 if you push it in terms of spare sets here tonight, Kirk. So there is some flexibility depending on what happens. Now, the tough thing is, in the case of Wood, obviously, he used a lot of percentage. That's why he took the tires there, Kirk. But it's going to not help him in terms of track position to have to come from the back to the front. Will make sure he doesn't fall off hard in the heart of the field.
Yeah, you know what? I think it might be good if we got a lap, don't we? I think so, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, we got a lap. Well, you know what? I'd like to actually hear from the fellow. Let's see if I can't bring Matthew up here and see if he's okay. Hang on a second. Matthew David Wood, Kirk Mills in the booth. You got a copy, buddy?
I got you.
Hey, man, I saw you get involved in that little incident there. Got a little contact from the 41. How you doing? How's the car?
Actually, I was incredibly shocked to find out I had no damage. Zero.
No kid. Really?
I didn't give me any damage. I have no right rear damage. So at Kansas, I went from 43rd to 3rd in about 20 laps. So I'm planning to do the same, except I didn't take tires. Just going to save them. So I know we had the pace to get back up there. Outliers are really fast tonight. I don't know what was going on that last run. I was just super, super tight for no reason. But yeah, they checked up front. Jacob, I guess, cleared himself on somebody, or they got tight, or whatever happened up front. That checked everybody up, and Andrew just had nowhere to go and hit me in the back bumper. I should have been more up the racetrack anyway, so I mean, in my heart, I take fault for it, no matter if it's a racing incident or not. If it's a racing incident, you can always do something better. So just trying to get up there for Biffle, Annette, and Busch, and just trying to make them proud.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much for your kind words and sharing your side of the story. And we look forward to see if you can go through the field, man. Thanks for talking to us.
All right, thank you. God bless everybody.
You got it. We'll get you back down to short occasional winners.
So just like that, we're coming up to the race start. Now we have 58 laps to go. Right now, Conklin ready to vroom this time with Vroom Vroom next to him. Green, green, green. Tire spin for Conklin. Held on to it, though, with Lucas Hoytsma getting a chance to build a run for second already. They all rumble their way off to turn 1. 97 to P2. Inside line is moving actually pretty well, but here it comes the rebound for the outside.
Side by side for second. Still Avila now on the bottom with the 97 on the bottom. See Roman up there on the top. Roman in that black machine trying to run the momentum up top. It looks like it might work, and he's probably going to be able to clear Hoytsma before he gets to 1, and he sure does.
Nicholas Roman took about a lap or two to get back up to second, but he'll reset again on the inside. Look at Basin. He wants to race. He made it clear he didn't like pace laps. He wants to go places. He's the first up the way high side for a moment. Now he has to watch the battle for the race lead as Conklin covers up the top. 95 to the inside, cuts through the grass to take the lead.
Wait, no kidding. Holy cow, what a move. There he goes down, taking the lead away. Vroman, new leader up front. Oh boy, but remember, got a long way to go.
How about a pass in the grass, if you will, for the 95. Counts as an incident point, but he still made it clean.
Really, he actually, my goodness, he did. But it's not the same. I gotta reiterate, okay, back in the day, when Bill Elliott when Earnhardt did the pass in the grass on Elliott, I gotta tell you that during that time, it was grass. Now it's turf. It's not the same. Just you cut the track here so easy nowadays versus what you had to deal with back then. It was a miracle then. Now it's kind of more like, well, you cut the track, but no real penalty to him other than the 1X.
And right now, we find out just where some of the speed is going to lay for some of the drivers. The majority of the field runs the bottom. Quill not able to get to the inside there, trying out the outside for clean air. Galata after the nose damage earlier, recovering spots. The worker for the Skip Barber Simulator Center, rumbling to the inside. This is currently in the battle amongst the top 15 or so. Like Galata, just no place to poke around fully yet with the outside look at the 8, ripping the lip.
Trying to go, oh, look out, 57 Cameron Stone, he's spinning on the back straightaway, sideways. Oh, he collects heavy contact with I think that's the 71-2 cars. Heavy contact. I think that might do it all for Stone.
And tempers flare on the radio again. We're back under caution. Let's see this again.
Got real loose. The 8 car was way up on the top first time coming out here. 36. Oh, 36 got spooked. He came down into the 57 and 57 sideways on the bottom of the racetrack. Huge hit from the 71. 71. Something happened with him.
We'll see this again. There's a lot of conversation on the radio here. Let's see this at full speed.
I'm looking right at it, and I'm just 71. So they're wrecking already up front. You don't need to worry about it. He's wrecking. The wreck is happening. 71. Holy, yeah, that is that was interesting. I hate to see it. I really do. He's still out there on the racetrack, though.
100%. And so, Nicholas Vroman pit. Okay. I think he's upset on the radio. I wonder if he got faked out.
No kidding.
I think he's upset, or he finds it funny. He was up front. He's thinking, okay.
Oh yeah,
everybody.
He gave himself an X faking him out into the pit road because the guy went through the grass.
Well then.
What? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I think all he can do is just, I guess, laugh it off, if you will. Why don't we take the opportunity, if we can, to speak with him for the Conti Cam?
Oh,
just
boy,
out of curiosity.
Really? Okay.
Nicholas Vroman, do you have a copy?
Hello?
Yes, hello. How do you feel about getting faked out into pit road?
I tell you what, man. I'm kind of mad at my teammate here, Andrew Dyson. I'm gonna blame on him. This Canadian said he's pitting no matter what. This guy pulled a freaking rigamaroo on me. I don't know what the hell today is. It must be like we don't like Nicholas Vroman Day. Like this is some bull crap. I think there's a big conspiracy. That's what I think.
You know Andrew Dyson's Australian, right?
I don't care. Canadian, Australian, French, I don't know. But wait till I get to him.
So what's your approach now with the fresh tires? You have about a 13, 14 lap advantage.
I tell you what, man, we're gonna be making some crazy moves. I got some buddies back here, but they better look out.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Oh my
I
God.
guess he's heated. I mean, he's the life of the party sometimes, I guess you could say.
I love his attitude. I mean, he could be super, like, you know, rude and condescending to this guy, but no, he goes off his teammate who was like 8 rows further back. He called him Canadian. What an insult. I'm just joking. I'm just saying that because we got 2 Canadians in the booth up here.
Okay, then. So, on that note, Conklin and Basin are in the front row. That plan worked out perfectly if you're a Ken Byron's camp.
I cried, man. That was so funny. Oh, I need to stop. That was good.
And so, Hoitzma and Avila are in the second row. Quill and Get are row 3. Hill and Murray are top 8 this time. Just got to time it up right. We'll see which one of the Ryko cars gets the better launch this time. We still have 50 to go on the stage. We are definitely good to go on gas for this one as we get ready to go. Here they rumble to the corner. Green, green, green. We're back on our way. And once again, Conklin got the better jump. Basin can move down wherever he wants.
Wow. That was something else, man. Just like that now, those 2 RFK cars get up to the lead and side by side for third between Avila and Hoitzma, just right there on your screen.
See right now, Avila just trying to figure something out on the outside at the very minimum now. But most of the field yet again, just hurrying some lookouts on the radio. I think everyone's surviving, and you have to take a guess which person said that. Don't even have to know the audio to know it's the 95 saying, "I'm coming through this field."
Not just him, but at 16, he's catching up to him. He's about to hit a pack of 3 wide. He's not going to be able to hang on to it. Take a look at the 95. He's on the top side of that 65. Sean O'Brien there. You'll see that 95, he's going to be carving his way through this little group here over the next few laps. I think it's going to be worth watching, actually. As they're side by side for the lead, actually. We can't look back here. We got to go up to the lead. They're side by side up front.
Gresham with Basin now leading. First time Bason's gotten through for the point. But Avila on the short run yet again with fire off. He's trying to squeeze. Yet again. Putting on the battle. And this helps Basin run away.
Side by side for second as we're looking back here at the 95, but he's on a mission. He's angry. He's got fresh tires. He's going to use them. I'm sure he is.
Definitely, I think we'll say, gotta. I mean, got fresher tires, use the set, gotta go. If in the case of the 95, a couple of the others as well, you can throw in the mix with the 16. See some of the 2x2 where it's getting harder to get on through here for some. That includes right now drivers like William Owens just trying to ride with Tower Hunter to the inside. This is just inside the top 20.
Oh my goodness, look at him go. Look out, Paul Galvin on the bottom, washed up the hill a little bit. Look out, look out. Oh, he's good, he's fine. Didn't come too close there, you're side by side. The part that it's just fun to watch is just going from the back to the front. This is when you really enjoy it as a driver too. You like getting the fresh tires and getting the pass people. That's always fun.
It's very fun. You like it's passing cars. It's better than choo-choo train because you can buy a train ticket to ride a choo-choo train.
You know, I don't think. Oh, look out! Look out! Oh, he almost got kicked right into the right rear quarter panel of the 76 of Heitman. It was so close. Heitman wanted to come up the racetrack. 95 said, "Nope, don't do it, or we're wrecking." And well, he didn't do it. So they're covered there as he's coming up closer to the 30 car. William Owens now in that red machine just in front of him.
Look at the battle for fourth. How things are going again. Tucker yet again. Short run is there. But look at Avila's got the lead opportunity as well. To the front goes the 63. He's got 17 lead laps now here tonight. And he's got an opportunity to see where things stand compared to the Renko cars with Tucker joining in. Oh, by the way, lap traffic, Cameron Stone, low side is in front of them.
He was involved in that wreck just a handful of laps ago. We're going to see him come by the screen here shortly. He's on the apron, getting down out of the way.
And look at this on some of the side-by-side opportunities again. Tucker outside, bye-bye. Able to zip ahead.
Tucker's burning the tires up. I gotta tell you, he's really wanting to get this lead. He's sliding the car. You saw him, he's fighting the dang thing.
How about Alex Murray, remember, started in the top 8 off the restart. He's getting better as the track gets later and later in the day. It's after 7 o'clock in sim. Track temperature is starting to dip, and more importantly, Kirk, it's under 100.
That just means it's going to get tighter. It's going to get real tight, and cars that were pushing tight are going to push really tight over the course of the rest of the run.
That'd be so critical for drivers like Murray to keep on keeping up with the racetrack. We know just how much he's trying to play things out here. Obviously, he had some emotional times earlier in the season, missed a few races. Now back in the race car, doing well here tonight, working with Harper on one of the boxes, Alex Wilkie on the R box for Corey Moore, or vice versa at the very least here tonight, as he is in the wall.
Just like that, you got the cars running all the different lines. 22 decided to try a new line, riding the wall like Ross did. But up front, I think Basin just dove down behind to get below Avila there for the lead.
Lap 25, it's right on the dial. I think couldn't even the pace laps this time. Avila trying to protect for the time being. I think Tucker's tires are starting to fall off yet again here as Conklin starts to set up for the long run.
95, Roman is catching up to that 41 right now. He's going to get there. He's like side by side with him right now. Remember, he was arguing about him on the interview a little bit ago.
Yeah. I mean, he's not even going to try and hold him back.
He's not going to do it? He's talking about it.
I don't think he was going to. Do you really want to wreck your teammate and then be like,
I
I'm
give
an
him a shot or
independent?
something. Yeah, I'd give him a little shot, a little door bang.
At Charlotte?
Yeah, just for fun. Yeah, it's fine. Just something I noticed. Sorry to interrupt you, pal.
That could be top 3 going at it, and here comes Mason inside. No, not able to get the rotation. Avila last time by was actually a little quicker than Basin, but this time from the stripe, times update to be the opposite, exact opposite. And right now, we're coming up towards 35 to go in the stage. We're almost at that point here on the tires themselves where we see the big players, including those RFK paint schemes, start to shine again. Again, you have to be able to play things out for this. It's not like the World 600 where you don't know where the cautions are going to come out for in the official races. Since there are stage cautions in NASCAR on the iRacing service. Conklin, going to at least make sure one thing. Keep the nose clean, get clean air.
Yeah, I'm noticing, I think he's shifting. Yes, he is. So going down to 4th. A lot of guys choosing to shift right now. Later in the run, that might change. Oh, a little bit of huge hit there for the 36. Loses a lot of momentum.
Yeah, Conklin sending, Conklin parking, Conklin making. Dylan Basin, still nothing doing yet for the race lead, by the way. Was a 10th quicker last time. Oh, he's trying something different here. I think he's just trying to see if the outside's going to give the boost again. Feel preferring that middle. Here comes the run. Oh, wow, behind them. Tucker defending over Gitter, Quill, Murray.
He dove it down to the bottom, side by side for the lead. Again, you can see Basin on the bottom, gonna pull up the hill. Will he do some side drafting? Yes, he will, trying to get there. Barely on the left rear quarter panel. Should be enough. Gonna be side by side in 3 and 4. Slide job.
Look at that. Parks it in front with the slider. I feel at the very least will take a small look. But it's now Basin back to the front. Just lap number 5 up at the front for the 06 tonight.
Well, that 36 is way up out of the groove.
Look at this with Murray. He's got a small squeeze up. Tucker trying to go down on him. There goes Murray, getting his way through. Murray wanted the middle, and that sets up Tucker for 3 wide.
And 3 wide. Oh, it's dangerous. Hang on to it, buddy. 77 shooting the middle. Goes through. 36 again, like I said. He does really well for about 25 laps under full green and then drops like a rock. I hate to see it, but it's happening.
That was a little bit aggressive there for Galata. Lucas Weissman saying, what are we doing? He just drives on by Tucker on the outside, no issue. But it's pretty clear the 99 is going to be heavily defending with a move like that there with the outside.
And he's always aggressive. That 99, he is going to be somebody who's going to make sure it's going to be hard to pass. He's like Ryan Newman in the way. So difficult to pass.
Cameron Stone's officially been lapped. New driver in second, Sean Conklin, just about went to the bumper of his teammate. Now less than 30 laps to go on the stage, and the Ryko machines are 1 and 2. Right now, it's worth noting this entire field. It stretches 6 seconds, kind of the top 31. Everybody with significant speed is in the pack all the way back to Chat Center.
Wow. It just shows the amount of competition we got here today is pretty dang good. It's going to be very difficult to have a good day. Chad's pushing real tight right now. He's got to be real careful with that car.
Yeah, he's just at this point, just right along after a great qualifying effort. Wasn't able to keep him in front after the early portions. Galata nearly into Quill. Trying to get 6th away as Lucas Weissman has closed and Avila's tires are officially off the cliff.
You know, right. I gotta tell you, man, I'm looking at this one car, the 99, and I think he set his car up for the nighttime. I mean, in the first part of this race, it was nowhere near this front group. I mean, yeah, it was there, but it wasn't like really charging until it started to get colder. And I think that 99 set up for nighttime.
I think it kind of might be too. He's got a decent pace when it's warmer. We've seen that. But right now in this long run, his pace is in the 7s. It's right about the average where he needs to be in this lead pack after all. Right, just underneath Murray right now, who is inside the top 5. You see the track temperature difference. Bounced around a little bit for the course of the race, obviously. Back above 100 again. The air temperature is in the high 80s, mid to high 80s at least, though. That's going to impact the engine temps, obviously, and the total speed.
Ooh, somebody went through the grass there for a second there. I think that might have been Galata there. He cut through the grass a little bit.
Yeah, it got a little bit edgy yet again with the 91. Dinner just cut him off.
Wow. Okay.
And so, I think everyone's making it clear how they feel about the 99 with the way things are going. Close calls galore.
There's a lot of that one's for sure. Top 3 have scooted out a little bit over this 4th place battle, though. Murray there sitting P4 with Galata moved up to 5th, but those top 3 really have scooted away.
Yeah, they've found a way to build a bumper. Avila, at the least, to stop the fall off. I thought it was getting...
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's got a second win. Kept up this time with the pace, fastest in the top 3 that time by. I don't know about how that car's going to shape up now that we're at about the green flag lap point where he started to cliff off before. Murphy's found the adjustment he's needed to keep up. Murray is up to 4th, by the way. Right now, Galata wants it.
Dives it down to the bottom. He's going to try it. Murray's pretty good at running the top, though. He gets really good runs on the exit this time. Staying even. That tells me I think Galata's going to clear him before they exit turn 2. If he dives it in deep. We'll see how he does it. He sure does. Oh, he might be 3 wide if he's not careful. I think 99 is going to get it, though. Ooh, look out. That's Roman and Nolan Hodgson there. Battling hard back here. I think they're door banging.
Yeah, look at this. Hodgson on the rear end. Oh, he's all over the back end of the 95. He's been battling for 2 laps here, Ring. As Hodgson gets the run. There goes Roman. Will he give up the spot? Yes, he will. Allows the 12 to send himself in through the corner.
I don't think that battle's done and over with yet. Remember, Roman has way fresher tires than these guys, but just doesn't seem to have the speed that would be connected with that.
Yeah, now. Oh, as they clap the wall. No damage given on those cars, though, for the time being. Look at the 77's pressure buildup.
Yeah, I got to tell you, that 77. Whoo, boy. You know, deep breaths, folks. Deep breaths. You got a long way to go. Not even halfway yet. We'll get there. Oh, man, that 22 gave the 97 a shot going in the corner.
Yeah, just getting a little bit more physicality, if you will, with under 20 laps to go as Murray's tires cliff off. All this is setting up for what will be an interesting end to stage 2 as the 97 scrapes the wall. The pack is split apart. Top 14 have now broken away from everybody else in the previous train.
Well, now the tires are going to start really separating. Remember, folks, that they got to make it without blowing a tire. Some of these guys might be cutting it close.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a nervous time for a couple of the drivers here. We shape up towards the end of this one. It's been an interesting night so far to reset your top 10. It's Conklin, followed by Basin, Avila, Galata, Getter, Quill, Lucas Hoytsma, Delaney, Murray, Hill are in the top 10 in this one. Look at Galata, and here we got to the inside of 21, cut back.
Going back up to the top. Oh, 77 banged off the outside wall there, just behind him. Oh, my golly gracious, what a save from that 99 of Galata.
Let's take a look what happened here. That 99 again is free, loose again.
All right, on the top, looks good. He's like, oh crap, car's loose, fighting it, fight. Oh, hang on to her, there you go. He is free.
And now, Galata's fall off starts to kick in as Hoytsma bobbles on the throttle. Conklin not backing down in front with Basin in second, by the way, amongst those in the race lead. So Conklin continues his domination of the very back end of these runs in the 17 car. Oh, and I'm hearing a lot of screaming on the radio, knowing Hodgson just went to the inside.
Whoa, what the heck happened here to cause that ear pain? What was that all about? Let's see. Okay, I saw that. Murray and Paul Hill right there. Let's see what happened to the 12. No one goes down. It's clean. He's not moving up the hill or anything. It looks fine. And, oh, he got loose on his own. Yeah, nobody's fault. He saved. Hell of a save. Good job there, buddy.
And so, as Hodgson bobbles again, We are close to 12 to go next time by in the stage.
And these tires are yelling and screaming. They're broken.
And Lane's not having fun here. Oh, little bobble again for the 97. Held on to it again. Cena Villa just trying to hold on to 30s, falling back into the clutches of everybody else in the main group.
Side by side. That's the way it ought to be. See right there, Gitter, though, able to make that pass work. Slide up the hill, and he's got it down. He's moved up now to the third place spot just behind the two pros up front. And our producer just mentioned that the 63 and the 77 have both improved quite a lot since the beginning of the first stage, making sure those tires last way longer into the second run. As a 6-car Delaney, look at him, inches off the wall. He's in the wall. And Paul Hill, where'd he come from, Justin?
Yeah, well, I think he's just been quietly running top 15 all night. Oh my, Lucas Hoitzman in front of Quill. Delaney gives a shot as well as they boost on through.
That, yeah, the tires are screwed now. Guys, okay, they're racing on cheese grater to, let's go back. The track is a cheese grater. Tires have just, we're run out of cheese, okay? We don't got nothing left.
Yeah, at this point, I think everyone's just waiting for the end of the stage, get to the halfway point of the Forever Rowdy 600, and right now, just go from there. Some of the drivers even saying on the radio, can we get to the end of the stage, please? Paul Hill will send it underneath the 77.
Okay, deep breath, folks. You're good. You're good. All right, Paul Hill, though, I am impressed with. He's kind of been moving forwards quietly all run. I think that 26 has one hell of a long run car so far. I mean, pretty dang good to end up where he is from where he was.
I agree with that, absolutely. It's been an interesting night for him, the Bigfoot machine. He hasn't necessarily been as loose, I think, compared to Galata here at the end of the runs. Look at this here. Delaney gave a shot to Avila down the back and now zips by in 3 and 4. Big slider, Hoitzman behind.
Oh my goodness, he just did I think that was an under-over move. I'm not sure. A side job, maybe. I ain't worried about it. The battle's still raging. We got to keep an eye on this. Paul Hill now takes advantage of it. Goes down to the bottom. I think he might make that pass if he's lucky.
Oh, and they're getting physical. Hill now in front of the 97. Some close calls coming up here in the final laps of stage 2. Now Hoitzman in the wall for good measure. Apologies picking up on the radio as Hoitzman again gives the bumper a little bit of an intimidate.
Oh, great reference. Hitting square.
Dyson, by the way, continues to ride back there underneath Galata. Lead is indeed side by side. It's Conklin and Basin that were getting pressurized, but I think there's partly traffic also as they're reaching lap cards for the first time.
That's what that was. Sorry, I saw them side by side, and I was like, what? That was from a distance, so my bad.
Nice. Murray dropping back continuously over the course. Look at the 14 making some inroads for 12. Now for 11th.
Kluot on the bottom. You know, we hadn't talked about Blake Kluot that much at all today. He's running pretty good. Top 15, sitting P12 right now. Not too bad for that 14 machine. Very happy for him.
Yeah. By the way, you know, we've talked a lot about Vroom Vroom being up in the top 11 right now. 16th for Wood after his situation. He can work from there. He's on equal tires, mind you, but he's still minus 12. We're coming up to 2 to go in the stage. Coming to 2 laps to go in stage number 2. And Sean Conklin has pulled out to near 9/10 up.
Dominant by those two. You know, RFK did a good job picking these two to run for him this year in the Coke Series, and it's just showing. These guys are good. They're quick, and you know, some of these guys here like Delaney, you know, they've raced in Coke before, and they're just right on the tail. They're there, but just these top two are just in a zone of their own as Delaney tries to get a move done on Gitter before the end of the stage.
Yes, indeed. As Delaney gets clear, we're on the final lap of the stage. Conklin, we're going to take a green, white checkered here. The 17 has had dominant pace, more than 100 laps led. Sean Conklin gets himself up to the green, white checkered. Stage 2, Sean Conklin's.
Big little gaggle of cars coming across the line there towards 10th place. It looks like a little bit behind 10th, but yeah, it was a pretty dang eventful stage number 2. Let's take a look at stage 2 results right there on the screen.
So Sean Conklin, Dylan Basin, Jonathan Delaney, Patrick Gitter, Johnny Avila at the top 5, Quill, Hill, Hoytsma, Dyson Galata, top 10. We have smoke in turn 4. Something happening in the final corner as drivers took the green-white checkered. Devin Medeiros lost it as we came to the end of the stage for 22nd with Matt DiCiani.
Yeah, he had some help, but he was already loose, and it was just a 2-car incident. Very minimal damage for both cars. Will he stay on the lead lap? That's the question, I think. Oh, nope. It looks like he will, yes.
Got some heavy contact for the outside wall for some of them as more others locked it up.
Way to go, William. I told William before the race, we were talking about it. He's had a really rough year, got involved in a bunch of incidents that weren't necessarily his fault. And I told him, like, if you see smoke in your windshield, slam on the brakes. And he sure did that time. Good job, William.
And so they rumble the way in. Pit stop time for stage number 2. Here on this one, should see 4 tires of fuel for the field. So we'll find out who wins the race up pit road. Lucas Hoytsman did miss his stall. Everybody else taking the service here. Race up pit road, already seen people gas on up. And to the throttle, it's the Renko cars. The Conklin and Basin, Gitter, Delaney, Avila, your top 5. So we all set up for a restart. We're past halfway here at Maconi Entertainment. More coming up. You're watching the FLCC as it's the 06 and the 17 up in front.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back to Maconi Entertainment. Tonight's coverage of the FLCC continues after this. Dylan Basin is the control car with Sean Conkler alongside as we get ready to go back to racing. Justin Prince Kirk Mills with you up at the broadcast booth. Let's continue on with the Forever Rowdy 600. Morgan Cook, our producer, clicking the buttons here as we're just about ready to fly. Who goes on the short run this time? We're backing away past halfway. Good jump, good restart for Basin. Oh, we have trouble. A vehicle around Coastal Lady.
Oh my gosh!
Slide for Paul Hill. They're still slamming down below the apron. We're still green. Stephen Williams involved. Now the yellow flies as Jacob Quill is also decimated.
Oh my gosh, no. Oh, the 63 just got loose on the bottom, and oh no, Paul Hill. Let's take a look. You'll see that 63 car. I hate to see it. Oh gosh, big ones like that scare me. That could have been a lot bigger. Wow, Paul Hill got air. He hit so hard. Yeah, 26 is done. 26, Paul's out. Man, he was running so consistent. I hate to see that. 77 was doing so good today too, and all that just from a wiggle from the 63.
Another slam, another hard contact here in this one. Let's see what happened to Delaney. He kept it out of the wall, I think, but he did get the rear bumper. See that little bit of contact. We'll see some damage to the rear. Going to probably send him to pit road. And it will send him to pit road and put us back into caution. Nicholas Vroman amongst those having to come down here, take some service. And a few others will join on in. Lavilla, heavy damage, and a few others.
Yeah, my heart hurts for Paul Hill, man. He had a great run going, and he made it halfway through the thing, and completely innocent bystander, had nothing to do with that wreck, and got taken out. My heart hurts.
Nicholas Roman said he had a few seconds of wheel damage. So Vroman definitely not happy on that one, he said here.
You know, when I was younger, I used to see wrecks like that, and I used to be like, whoa, that was cool. That was a wreck. That was wild. That was wild. That was cool. But the older I got, the more, you know, and you get to know the drivers, you get to actually see it, and, you know, you root for, you see guys that are likable, and you want them to do well. And when you see wrecks like that, where you're like somebody, you know, or wrecks in general, you see people who have worked all week, hours and hours trying to build something to make a car be fast, go out there and compete, do really well, consistent, and all it takes is one small mistake to have all that time be taken out and break your heart. And Justin, I'm sure you feel something similar when this happens, but you can have the highest of highs in racing and the lowest of lows, and I think that 26 just had a really, really low moment there.
I think indeed as we get ready for the restart situation. It's going to be Basin and Conklin, Getter and Dyson, Heitzman and Galata, Hoytsma and Hodgson. Amongst those in top 8. It's about restarting here with what's going to be 92 to go in stage number 3.
63 stays out in the racetrack. He's actually catching up, I believe, to the back of the field. He's already at the back of the field, so he is still out there in the racetrack, and he's going to continue. I think the only driver that was out of the race from that incident, I believe, is Paul Hill. Jacob Quill in the 77's also out there still on the lead lap, but he'll have a lot of front end damage. And everybody else will continue on. The biggest hit there was to Paul Hill, who actually got a bunch of air when he hit the inside wall there.
So let's find out how this restart's gonna go with the Ryko car still in control after a wild restart last time shuffled the field. Basin and Conklin ready to fire off this time. Back it away. Good start that time for the 06. The first battle side by side. You have to go back to about 5th and 6th.
You can see Heitman now making a charge towards the front. That 76 we hadn't seen up front that much today, but Derek Heitman now trying to get his way towards the front. That's cool to see the 76 going as Alex Murray up there on the top trying to rip the top lane.
Trying to get the short run back in it, if you will, as the sun's starting to set almost 8 o'clock in sim. As the track temps dip to 92.
Now, once the sun goes down and the lights change, I have a little sound effect ready to go. I have something pretty good for this. So we're just waiting for that nighttime shift, and it'll be fine. But look on your screen, they're 2 wide for 4 lanes right there in your screen. This is for 6th place on back. Going the wrong direction on the bottom lane. Everybody else on the top seems to be going the right way. Look at who's coming up into the top 10. The 88 of Thomas Kulmacheski. Where did he come from in the BNP Motorsports machine? Right in the top lane, showing some speed in that 88 machine. Down the back, he got to be so careful right now. That 8 car, like I was saying, Blake Giglio, moving up as well, but look out tight up front. Oh my goodness, hang on to it, boys. It's just so tight. This is where it gets dangerous.
It's getting a little bit more and more dicey, if you will, here with some of the drivers. Kulmacheski is getting track position in all this as well. First time really for Kulmacheski up towards the front. He's in front of this grouping you see on screen as some of the drivers drop back and try and get themselves out of the danger. Look at the 3 wide form up at the pack. Giglio is in it. He's trying to go.
Oh gosh, it's so dangerous. It's so sketchy, man. Look at Kluot up there on the top of the 14 trying to rip the 3rd lane. He gets up into that's normal later in the run, but not this early. Normally you try to avoid that top lane. 36 is there as well, trying to make his way back up towards the front.
See him trying to go forward. Kluot in the wall. All of them settle back down here. They all make their way on through into turn 1. Everybody else rumbling their way on forward, coming now. 186 to go, this time buying the race itself. Murray up the middle. Thinks about 3 wide, no.
Oh boy, this is dangerous, man. Oh wow, look at that. He went 3 wide on Kulmacheski. 3 wide through the middle goes Alex Murray.
Just like that. The shuffle is on with more to the 3. Murray, we have trouble back straight away into the inside wall. A hard contact for the 0-1 of Graves. We stay green.
No caution. Come on, man. Get that car right and get going. Get going. Go, go, go.
And now we keep racing and hearing that Graves is at least rolling after the incident. Tough break for the 0-1 machine, who's had a bit of a rough night here, Kirk. As some of the others battle it out, this is why we had the incident.
Yeah, front damage, not fun. Luckily, I don't think the suspension's too hurt, but the engine most certainly might be. Hey, take a look at the battle for second right here. Car just slingshot on the top. Who's that, Patrick Gitter? Yeah, he's going for the lead now.
Patrick Gitter for Fortis getting to the front. First time up at the front tonight for the 21 machine. It's been a pretty quiet season from Patrick. Now, looks to become loud in the 21.
Oh, man, when these cars go through wide, it's so sketchy. But, yeah, 21, Patrick Gitter, he won at Daytona last year in the very, very early part of 2025. And he wins races from here and there. But I got to tell you, he's a talented driver, he's a great guy. And seeing him up front's pretty cool. It's just a matter of time to see how long his tires will last. As the 8 car, again, Giglio making his charge towards the front.
Yeah, and right now, Giglio trying to find a way anyway to prove he's got long run pace in it. You know how that car was not faring out earlier. Tough thing is with the traffic, you chew up so much with the tire wear, and we're seeing him just get stuck behind Tyso.
Oh man, it's dangerous. Oh, it's fun though. I'm having a lot of fun. Okay, hang on to it, guys. That wall I know is so magnetizing on the exit of these corners, but they keep one driver a lap seems to be going up and smacking it. And a couple cars now moving up to the very top line back there in the back part of your picture. Most of the front of the field, though, has single filed out, so they've avoided chaos for now.
Yeah, that's the thing. I know you're saying at the rate things are going, this is going to be a big one. Might be a lot of opportunities for an incident. I think they've settled out outside of Graves, of course. But now, this is the big thing. Who's going to get the chance to stretch? And I know there's a lot of anticipation for some of the drivers to get a green flag stop if we can, if we get enough laps put up.
Yeah, I think that if there were, we're trying to get the lap about 250, 260 before we start seeing real pit stops happening, maybe 265 in that range. I wouldn't expect anybody to wait any longer than that.
Yeah, I think everyone's just going to try and feel things out with the way the race is gone with the caution flags. See right now, Dustin Hall, highest up he's been in the one machine. That time dropping down to 14th. He was as high as 13th there a moment ago for one. Look at this on the shuffle. Just see right now how the 97's looking to slice. Gets himself underneath for second.
It's like that, man. It's kind of weird. You know, Hoitzman, Gitter, you know, the last stage was dominated by Basin and Conklin, but now these top two switching up a little bit, but not for long. Here comes, looks like Basin back to the inside of Hoitzman.
Yeah, I think at this point, we're again seeing the fall off of the Ryco cars come into play a little bit for this part to set up for the long run. Lights are about to turn on in about, I'd say, 15 minutes or so, maybe 20. And that's going to, again, change the dynamic of this one. Track temp holding a below 100 at the moment. As we go. The one thing we're learning tonight, I think you can say, and our producer Morgan Cook said it just in her ear, Made a great point. Track position matters. It's so hard unless you're Dylan Basin, apparently.
Oh,
to go
41 Dyson. Sorry to interrupt. Dyson almost lost the car. He's got really sideways, lost a lot of position. We got to take a look at that save. That was phenomenal.
Take a look at this one.
Out of turn number 2.
Dyson's had a pretty interesting night. He's already had some temper, if you will, with the teammate that's already called him out on the radio and the broadcast booth, and now to this moment. Let's see what happens. Bye-bye race car. Held on.
Yeah, it was a snap. It was so amazing that he was able to hang on to the car. Normally when these things snap like that, you cannot save him. But at 41, he's good. Take a look up front, though.
Oh, look at that. It's Lucas Hoitzma. His first time up at the front tonight.
It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's Lucas Hoitzma taking the lead today.
Yeah, just continuing to fight here. Interesting night with all the comers and goers here, but this is what you expect with this. It's about who's going to be able to withstand the musical chairs.
You know, I'm thinking about it, and I'm just like, to the viewers out there, you're going to notice one of iRacing's flaws here in the next handful of laps, what we were talking about with the light switch. The lighting you'll see on your screen will abruptly shift, like someone shot a gun. It just changes the entire way the stream looks. It'll happen here in the next, like Justin said, 10 minutes in that range.
Getting pretty sunny, by the way. Very orange, I think, in the sim. Orange-yellow, the way things are looking. It's Casey Grace about to be reached here by lap traffic, as the race leaders, as lap traffic, rather.
Galata.
Look at the 99 go. He's to the inside, now looking for second.
Yeah, where'd he come from? That 99. These top 3 are really using their stuff up right now. I think they got a lot of speed in those cars, too. They're fast. It's working out for them as they pass the driver who was recommended at the beginning of the stage, Casey Graves, getting down and out of the way of everybody. As these top group here are still just all under a blanket. Oh, my gosh, look at that. That's amazing. Nobody can get away.
No, there's been no massive breakaways. The biggest leads maybe been a second or so because there's still been no green flag stops, I think, to exasperate a lot of the gap build up. Look at Galata. He wants the lead. Can he now get himself up front? Side by side, trying to pull back the 97. Graves well below the racing scene. But it's Galata who sends his Bigfoot machine up into a fight. Looks like Galata's got the advantage. Will we get the edge for the first lap of the day?
Oh, they're wrecking off the turn 4. A couple cars go through the grass up here on the front straightaway. It looks like that is the driver of the 11 of Paul Gallimore and the 65 of Sean O'Brien Jr. They keep the car straight, but they go through the grass after contact.
Stay green. Let's take a look at what happened here. This was in the heart of the field. They're now running in the 30s or the late 20s.
Oh, that and also another incident happened immediately after, just now with Murray. Yeah, we're going to look at that here in a second. But here's the contact. Oh, they had to hang on to it, and they save it thanks to that little infield grass that isn't grass.
Then Murray, just moments later, does this.
Whoa, boy. Way to not hit anything, buddy. Up front again, that battle for the lead is starting to heat up again.
Yep, here we go. Still not done. Patrick Gitter wants a chance back at it. He's gotten 4 top 5s and 6 top 10s, but has missed several races. Just about got second back. Dog now, but Basin, Hodgson, and Concord are also lined up in the 6s also. The 21 to P2.
Gotta say, these top 3 are burning their stuff. I think they're burning their stuff up right now. I think that these 3 cars running 4th, 5th, 6th right now are saving their tires to go long. And it might help them out if we don't see a caution. It just depends. But these front guys, the 97, the 21, and the 99, oh yeah, they love running up front, and it's a lot of fun to do no matter what position you're in. They're in a good spot.
They definitely are. Look who's in the top 5. We talked about Nolan Hodgson making some cuts. Been pretty decent over the night. He's been a top 10 car. Right now just trying to battle it out with Conklin, possibly. Conklin getting right back by him after being in the top 5 for a moment. And all of a sudden, Hoytsma's starting to fade.
Yeah, remember, he had speed early in the run, and it's just not keeping up over the course of the longer run. And once the tires start overcooking, you know, you're going to get eaten up by these Ryko cars. You got to be very careful. Tiptoe.
Yeah, these Ryko power plants, if you will, are definitely doing something in terms of some of the aggression. But right now, Hodgson to the inside of Hoytsma. Squeeze up, pass back. Here it comes, Matthew David Wood.
Sorry, not Matthew David Wood. I'm sorry. I had it wrong in my head. Thought of the other Woods that runs in the Friday Night Lights. There he goes side by side with Nolan Hodgson there. 16 was doing the same thing as these guys. I think he was saving a little tire too.
Yeah, you can tell on the recovery. Wood definitely going to be happy about his charge back up to join up into the fray. A little bit tight once again. He's so far in the top 12 in the chase standings coming into tonight after all. He's looking to add on to his 5 top 10s on the season, 9 starts. Oh, wall, turn 4 hearing. Somebody having issues. Stay green, and this involves some of the drivers back here. Murray.
I don't know, something happened. He got loose early. Remember, that might have overcooked his tires, and it may have been a struggle to hang on to ever since. Let's see how it looks.
Running right about into the corner. And then, bam. Too high up.
Yep, probably hurt the car.
Definitely taking the greatest of entries to set that up, and that will see him have to try and figure things out. We're almost at pit stop time. We're in the fuel window to make it to the end of the stage. And a lot of people are no longer just running the bottom. That includes doing base and running seam. You have Conklin still at the bottom, but Getter and Galata moved up. Hoytsma is still defending in the backdrop also. Give credit to Thomas Kopaczewski. He's quietly in the 3rd small little gaggle of cars, if you will. The 88, who is on the cutoff for the chase coming in over DeCiani. Right now riding 11th.
You know, I really do root for Thomas week in, week out. He's a good guy. BMP Motorsports, him and Paul Gallimore running together today. Right now, those 2 cars, I'm sure that they'd very much like to see a top 15 finish, is what they told me at the very beginning of the race. But I think that 88 might have a shot at a top 10 if he's real lucky.
There's a good opportunity there for the 88. That's going to require being smart. Johnny Avila, after his incident, he's been smart with this. He's able to get himself now for a chance for 13th now after the repairs.
Yeah, I'm sure that the longer that it goes, I think the less he'll think about that crash. But it's probably still on his mind right now.
Look at Hunter Drill. He's been making his way forward as well, still surviving after his incidents. Brad, one of the hard hits to the wall. He's still running 24th right now.
He hit the wall. He also broadsided the right front tire of Cameron Stone. I mean, I'll tell you, it's amazing that 71's still running at speed in a pack right now and still able to keep up. But I'm looking at Heitman battling with Tucker right now, 76 and 36 up towards the front.
Yeah, you see that right now with Heitman. That 36 again is fading down to 15. Still plus 12 on the night, but it's happened at about this time every run. The longer the run goes, the worse it gets for Tucker.
Well, second place is under fire again, folks. Patrick Gitter is side by side right now with Sean Conklin.
Yeah, look at this. Conklin up to second. About that time for Conklin to go. He's looking for some boost to get back up to the 99 here. Retake that crown again. He's been the fastest car within the final 15-20 laps at every stage so far tonight for a reason.
Yeah, he's a great driver too. Like, car's good, but he's phenomenal. So yeah, doing a great job here tonight. Him and his teammate again, Mason there, and Hodgson and all these guys, Gitter and Galata. It takes a lot of stuff to get up towards the front and stay there.
Takes a lot of both the consistency, but also the patience how you need to handle the race car. Takes a very specific set of skills. You want to be fast in this kind of a car.
A very particular set of skills that you may acquire over a long period of time.
Yeah, exactly. You couldn't take the same things from Gen 6 over to this car. I mean, if you were amongst those who picked up the car earlier, remember, it only got harder as more and more information came in over the year compared to what they did in 2021, what the NASCAR drivers getting a chance at the virtual car, which was a bit on the easy side when it was started.
Oh, yeah. Yep, takes time. It was fun. Good times. But now that we have gotten near halfway in the stage, we're about to get there here in a couple laps. Folks, that pit road is open for business. It is open. However, it's a matter of time before someone wants to come down. Now, I don't think the leader, like Galata, Conklin, Mason, Gitter, any of these guys, should shortcut. They're side by side for third right now. You can see that on your screen just barely as they pass by. You can see it there. That's the 06 and that 21 on the top. Like I said, Mason and Conklin, I think, are holding some stuff back, saving some tire to go very long. That's what these guys should be doing, going very long. If you're like a driver like Blake Giglio or Dustin Hall or Johnny Avila, these guys, you are going to want to probably play some strategy to try to get a little short pit maybe. I think that would be a good idea for those guys. Come down pit road, hope for no caution, and get Ford Goodyear tires and try and make up the difference.
Now, some of the drivers have had a massive fade this run, by the way, with this being the longest run of any race length tonight. 11 seconds to the leader for the case for Murray, for example, who's down the back. The leaders are all the way down the front straight away. There's a good chance that at least a few of these drivers will fall a lap down the way things are going by the end of this run. Pit stops are coming up. It's Jacob Quill, who is the last of the lead lap, still demolished, opening the window this time. You see right now, one of his fellow teammates in Wood trying to hold on to the top five over Hodgson and Delaney. Somebody having issues. I think there's an issue for the 8. Giglio was way off the pace there. There was a lot of smoke here, but he didn't blow the motor. That's the bright side as this goes.
Yeah, he got loose again. Remember that 8 car stepped out the same exact way, and if I just got to tell you, man, that when he did that, when he was leading the race, he's never been the same since. It just happened again.
Race lead is getting close again, by the way. Conklin's within 3/10 of it. 3.5, I should say. Is bobbling a bit off the corners. The zip by Jacob Quill after his pit stop. 17 is letting it rip and is slowly getting back into the fray. That's not going to help, though, with Quill to the inside here, as you see some of the battles with Komacheski with Avila.
Yep, cars are already coming down pit road, folks, so we're going to probably see some more Jedi Taylor just coming down. That's where that puff of smoke came from. The longer this goes, you're going to see more and more of the back markers choose to come down. And then the further you go, someone up front, the moment someone makes the dive, it might change. We'll see what folks can do. But running long is not a bad idea right now, I think. You want to go as long as you possibly can.
We are still with about 15 laps or so of flexibility on the gas tank as time goes. Pressure tires for Pool, by the way, despite the damage, are running 30 flats. They're running 30.8s for the leaders. DeCiani, Maderos. Conklin is coming in now. 17 is ready to set up for the entry.
So
how will he handle? There they go. Leaders are in. The 99 doesn't want to let any chance for Conklin to go up front. There's been a lockup there, but no speeding.
A lot of cars coming down. It's time. Yeah. Medeiros pulls out there just in front of the 2 leaders. 99 hits his pit stall, no problem. New leader right now is going to be Dylan Basin leading this race right now.
So, should see Basin and company respond pretty quickly here. Basin going to at least try and stretch. Wood is in, Getter is in. A lot more sends from Jonathan Delaney on the brakes.
Ooh, 95's gotten the outside wall a little bit. Vroman hit the wall.
Does that cause damage?
Not much, no. I don't think so at all. These things are tanks.
I think he is having a ball on the radio again. He is definitely turning into a character, if you will. Oh, wow.
Basin staying out again.
But the way things are shaping up, absolutely in the situation here, you had to think, Kirk, where he's going to try and run it out. He's going to potentially already be a couple seconds behind those who pit here, though.
Yeah, I think the best thing he can do is stay out as long as humanly possible. Because even if a caution were to come out now, he would be in a much better position than most of those guys who came down pit road. So, I mean, technically, he's in a decent spot. But he cannot come down pit road now. He's got to run out the tank. He's got to run out the tank. He'll be able to make it up on the back end. He'll make it up on the back, I think. Oh, somebody was spun into the grass there in turns 1 and 2. What happened there?
Can confirm someone did have issues off pit exit. Sean O'Brien Jr. was that car. As the vehicle is already in the midst of service, the 65, and the caution is out. We have this 29, Tanner Marty had an issue. This almost brought it out too.
Yeah.
29 is the one who brings it out as he tried to pit. There were cars who did not get the memo, and the 29 snapped up the track.
Yeah, he got lucky he didn't hit Derek Heitman there. Derek Heitman, if we go on board with the 76, oh, well, wait a minute. Okay, I don't like that at all. I mean, I like Tanner. He's a good guy, but I don't like the way that looked at all.
Yeah, that was not pretty. Here's Heitman.
Yeah, he came back up and almost hit his right rear. But now let's switch to the in car of him. This part right here. Well, the thing is, I know I have a feeling I don't think this is intentional.
It wouldn't be intentional. I think he hit the throttle. I think he hit the throttle, Kirk.
Yep.
And it just snapped on him when he hit the throttle, trying to go while he was still in the lower gear as he hit the top of the bend. Watch for the lights after the slide.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he's so lucky. But yeah, you're absolutely right. He slid the tires and he hit the gas again. It just snapped. It is not at all an intentional thing to bring out the caution. It looked bad. I gotta tell you, it did not look good. But when you're in the car, you know how these cars operate with old tires. It makes sense what happened. And you know who this benefits? The guy right there on your screen. I told you, thing he was looking for was a caution. If he got it, it was going to benefit him immensely. And it's benefiting him now.
Dylan Basin is the one who wins the race off pit road over Hoytsma. Giglio staying out. Owens, or rather coming in rather, in the top 3. Owens, Williams, Tanner Marti, with the caution, are the only drivers on the lead lap. Everybody else is going to need a wave possibly. This is Tanner Marti with his caution here. The one who is really able to capitalize. Your lucky dog was Conklin.
So Conklin's going to get his lap back, but he'll have to start at the tail end of the field, which will not be very long because everybody else is taking the wave around.
So where do we go from here is the huge question.
It just shook everything up. And Basin, exactly what he wanted to have happen. Lucas Hoytsma, Blake Giglio, William Owens, Stephen Williams, Tanner Marti, even the guy who had the crash, all benefit massively from that incident. And I mean, now you're going to see a couple guys that are up front that we haven't seen up front that much. Tanner Marti, Stephen Williams, William Owens, these guys, they haven't been up front that much, and now they're going to be right on the cusp of the top 5.
They'll take the slow roll up to the end of the pace car, or to the pace car, I should say. Lights, think are on at least. They're off, should rather say. They're about to turn on, though. The bulbs are slowly turning on. Right now, it's pretty shady. It's after 8 p.m. in sim.
Oh, is it going to snap yet? Has it already snapped?
Not yet.
Oh, I hadn't seen it yet. So I have an audio thing I want to play whenever it snaps. As soon as that happens, someone say something, all right?
We'll see.
Oh, it'll be good. Trust me.
But the wave arounds, that wave around line is at least 15, 20 cars deep, by the way. A lot of single file coming up on the restart. Dylan Basin is off and away.
Oh my goodness, this is a weird looking restart. You don't get these very often. It'll be fun to look at. The whole field just single file. Normally you only see that in Wreckfest, not necessarily under natural conditions.
Here we go. Spinner inside wall. No caution. We stay green. Williams is the one involved. One of those who benefited from the caution. No more. Just like that, Giglio is up within 3/4 of the leader. Owens is up there. As you see the top 2 try to run away.
And there's some folks making some crazy moves right now, trying to get back into this field right now. I saw a guy diving down almost in the grass trying to make a pass. That was wild.
Yeah, now they all try and settle it down, if you will. See, Delaney wants those trying to make the cut. Tanner Marti from his slide. Not maintaining it all here. He's already dropped to 13 already.
Lights are still not on. Oh, no, lights, there it just now changed right there. Guess what, folks? It is... Heck yeah, we're in the dark now, boys.
Yeah, here we go. Lights on. Time to find things out here with 134 to go next time by. Less than 35 to go now, coming up in stage number 3. So as they rumble out, you see how Galata is getting to the door in some of these cars. Owens doing a good job maintaining here and at least getting a good fight in the 30. Look at Conklin trying to make his way forward. One of the drivers who is still a lap down, who Dyson. He's the first to lap down, nearly hit the wall. I think he scraped it, but nearly wrecked Conklin from it. That got a little bit dicey, a little bit quickly here, and Conklin, I think, taking his time here before he tries to pounce, especially knowing He's already got good track position in the minimum. Never mind, you really sent it.
Man, oh man, that would have been chaotic. But, you know, he's trying to do something important. You know, if you're that driver, you're trying to stay on the lead lap, trying to get back up to the back of the bumper of the leaders. When you're a lap down, you're going to fight like hell. And that's what you're doing right now. That's what he's trying to do. 17 gave him a shot in the back bumper there. I think 17's not happy with that 41 live. Like this is going to be a bad. Oh, he almost turned him.
Able to hold on. Well, right now, car going at the least is inside. Parking in front of the 41, say, I gotta go. Can't be playing around here. Dyson still battling.
Oh, man, he's got fighting him. Got that dog in him.
Yeah,
oh,
now
he hit him in
they're
the door.
Oh, Dyson definitely got tight there off the exit. The reset. And race control saying let it go. As temper started to flare there with the battle. Galata would just say, get me out of here.
Oh, that was fun. Now look at Matthew David Wood here in the 16. He's going to the bottom of his, wow, almost a 3-wide situation right there. But Matthew David Wood, that single file restart really made this entire thing look different right now. Like single file throughout the field, very strange.
Wood amongst those who slammed the wall coming out of the corner. We'll see if there's any ramifications from it. Took a lot of door contact, possibly maybe a 12-second. We'll have to see if he's got still speed or not. And right now, he at the very least has speed. Won't find out if he's got the knock in it until the pit stop. Oh, Owen got up on the wall. Right now, Owen's trying to fight as hard as he can here to withstand the pressure. The driver's like I'm feeling. Delaney saying, no, thank you. Let's go 3 wide. I do not want to wait.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, man, this is awesome. It's fun. That 30 car's having more fun than he's had all race. I guarantee it. William Owens running top 10. Running these guys, yeah, more fun right now than he's probably had all season. Producer just brought that little line in, too. That's pretty true. Oh, but Vroman, man. Vroman, oh, he wants to go 3 wide. I see it. I see it. If Vroman gets to the inside of the 30, he'll take it. Oh, nope. 63, it'll just be a 2 wide pass. Yeah, I had a feeling he was going to do exactly that. Yep, he's going to try and get by.
He will. He'll amongst those who has been up and down the order so many times here tonight. Led laps as well. 26 of them, in fact. Roman also is only led just 4 in his charge in the black machine tonight. Owens again in our clap to the wall again. Delaney also headed back there.
No fun hitting the wall, but with these cars, they're tanks, they could take it. But, you know, a part of me really wishes that if they hit the wall, it'd have a sound effect when you hit it every time. Just go as soon as you hit the wall. That's the way it should go.
I mean,
yeah. You know, our producer brought up a good point, Justin.
My.
Oh,
William Owens just slapped the wall again. Owens is all over the place. He is dropping hard.
Oh, no. You know, he's having fun for a while, but now the rest of the cars have just went on by. So now the fun's starting to leave the building. 3 wide again. Dustin Hall sending it 3 wide on Tanner Marty and William Owens.
And right now, as we go about, Conti car's trying to wake up. Delaney, he's trying to make his way on through. Dyson just in front of this. There goes the move for the 6th to get in front of the 16. Jump up to 7th right now on the racetrack. All this is to where it becomes the certain part now where how much is this track temp potentially going to drop or swing? Under the caution, it's swinging up down 10 degrees. Under green, it swings back up another 8 to 10 again, though, Kirk. That's where some of these curves are coming.
Yeah, you know, you think that oh, look at this, Hoytsma. That's Hoytsma getting by the 8 car. Giglio for second place. He just made that pass. But in terms of the track temp, you know, whenever it gets dark, you think track temp goes way, 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 way down, right? You know, cold air falls to the floor. That's normally how you think it goes. But in the sim, it's not necessarily the best at simulating that particular aspect of racetracks. So it is staying right at a weird position right now and staying warm.
Right now, as they go about now, come up to 20 laps to go. Who's really stood out to you as one of those competitors that have really stood outside the Ryko cars, that are one of those storylines you feel that needs that attention to it with the way they've been driving tonight?
So you're saying like somebody outside of the Ryko camp?
Outside of the Ryko camp or outside of the main contenders, who do you think will join in that fray with the way they've shown their speed?
I just got to tell you that the biggest name to me that stood out, again, I got to reiterate, is Johnny Miller. You don't normally expect to see that 63 up towards front that often. You know, he runs pretty well, like 7th to like 15th on most weekends is where I normally see him. But this week, he's gotten as high as leading some laps here during some green flag runs. So, you know, I think that if he's able to somehow get the right set of circumstances to put him in a good position, he might be able to actually get a great finish out of tonight. Another driver that fits that same criteria would be, you know, the driver who was up here just a little bit ago, Tucker. If he can get the right set of circumstances where there's a bunch of short runs, Tucker might be involved. I think that might be true, but right now he's not doing very well. He's kind of stuck back in 22nd. In the beginning part of the first part of this race, we saw him towards the front, even take the lead for a short moment, but not since, not in a while. That car's just falling off the handle.
Yeah. Bolada, in his case, still top 5 also, by the way. Having the loose issues earlier. Now it seems to have stabilized again for now. But we're coming up still with a lot of time for things to shape up. Keeping up with Conklin, if you will. There has been necessarily a huge chew away. Here, again, one of the main contenders for the 99, you have to say. Here tonight with the way things are going, he's always seemed to have that threat with him.
Yep. You know, from just what I've seen, I'm looking at this entirety of the top 10, right? I'm looking at all these cars. The only one that really stands out is not necessarily a, you know, what we expect to see up front week after week after week. And I hate to say this because he's really dang good, but it's Patrick Gitter in the 21. This year has not been the same as last. That 21 is, you know, had top 10 speed, but something always goes crazy. But right now, that 21 machine, everyone in the top 10 other than Johnny Avila, I think, as well, would be considered, you know, people you expect to see up towards the front. Everybody else is doing the right thing. But, you know, even Dustin Hall, actually, I'll throw Dustin Hall's name out there. He's running P12 right now. Doing a great job. I think Dustin, you know, he's had a rough year, and he'd like to get a good top 10 finish, and I think he might have the ability to do that this week. And I love that paint scheme, too. Very patriotic. You know, it's Memorial Day weekend. Want to pay homage to our troops, and I love seeing stuff like that. Very cool patriotic paint scheme out of Dustin Hall, and a good run for him this week.
All this is to say, the battle is continuing up now for third. Giglio starting to drop. Pace fell down to the 7s last time. Little squeeze initially, and Conklin moving his way to the side-by-side off the exit.
And that's just going to only open the door for that 99 of Galata to go back down to the bottom again. You know, Galata is a hell of a driver and a guy I picture being a contender week in, week out whenever he does show up. It's just about him having an attendance would be the main contender for that 99. Oh, Matthew David Wood. Look at that 16 machine outlier speed code trying to get to the inside of the 21. And, you know, that 8 car, Blake Giglio, has just been going the wrong way. He was running P2 since the restart, but falling back now, 5th and possibly. Oh, look out. There goes. That's Sean O'Brien. All right, don't spin it out, buddy.
Look at the Gallimore getting himself a little feisty here. A bit of a squeeze initially.
It'll happen on the exit of 4. Let's take a look at it. Up the hill, he's loose, he's loose, he's loose. Yep, and there you go. No real damage for anybody, but it's just a little simple spin on the front stretch.
No caution this time from that slide. Coming up to 111 laps to go. Delaney in his case, looking up the middle, looking for the top 4. They're getting a little bit feisty behind Conklin here with Giglio dropping back. You have Wood trying to rise up. You have Avil in this. You have Vroom in this. A lot of comers and goers that are joined into this with different levels of speed here late in the run, coming to 10 to go.
Yeah, and the getter just hit the wall so dang hard. Look out. And, you know, these things are tanks up to a point. You know, there's a point when it's like, oh boy, you hit a little too hard. That one was borderline. I think he'll be fine, though. Side by side up ahead of this, you see Delaney, 6 car, just made a shot down to the inside of the 17. Didn't quite work there. I think he'll try and send it down again. He's doing a lot better in 3 and 4 than he is in 1 and 2, but not really. Right here, he gets real tight and he has to pull back in, is normally how it works on 1 and 2.
By the way, this has been interesting. Basin and Hoytsma are the biggest gap of the race. They're running 2/10 quicker than the entire field right now. 97 with the lights now on is not falling off here. Good signs for later for his sake after struggling in the day.
That's true. Absolutely. Definitely good for him. Longer this thing goes, man, the more we're seeing the drivers that rise to the top. Just like this, 97 actually looked to try and take the lead away that particular time. He went down to the inside and gave it a shot. And, you know, it didn't quite work that time. But I think the 97 is faster than the 06 right now. Like,
yeah.
On the eye, it passes the eye test. You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand that part. Speed's definitely there. It's just a little bit quicker over the past 10 by about 600ths on the difference. That's enough to close up by a few tenths. Here's a look at the actual times here.
Wow.
When he
really?
said the eye test, he was a 10th up. 22 1,000. This time he lost ground, though.
Yeah, he tried to make that pass, and it made him lose like half a tenth there, and that's where that came from, I think. But I still think he's passing the eye test. I'm looking at this battle, you know, and I think either the 06 is managing the gap, or the 97 is, you know, 1 lap faster. Oh, not this time. 97 is probably going to be a little slower again. At least that's just from eye test out of turn 4, I think. Yep, just 10th off. Yep, so I think that will do it there for this top spot. Further back again, this battle for third is really chaotic right now.
Yeah, this is still not done. They are still fighting hard. Delaney got a big squeeze. Coming up 5 to go on the stage. Conklin trying to cross them back up, maybe? No. Recognize that Delaney had more speed, and they all crashed into the wall behind him.
Yeah, the 16 hit the wall too. A lot of driving there. They lost a bunch of ground from behind the 6. Oh, another slide chop from the 17. Oh, he got up into the outside wall, and Delaney goes right on by again. Oh, that's fun. They're having a good time.
Getting a little bit more feisty here with some of this. Can't you tell they want a point? Look at Matthew David Wood for good measure joining in. Hoytsma just amongst those ahead, or should say Hodgson amongst those trying to settle into the pack also too. Coming to 3 to go this time. Conklin looking for a rebuild. Hearing that lap car going to stay up to the high side as Casey Graves is coming up. Should say low side for Casey Graves because they're taking the high side and clogging it. Here they come to the 01. Now as they reach the lap traffic, they're going to sort it, but the caution is out. Down the back, Tucker involved, Stephen Williams involved, as the 36 was running 26th.
Yeah, his tires were killed, man. His tires were killed. He got loose off turn number 2, and oh, I don't like the way this looks. 98. Oh man, when you see this, you're not gonna like it. You saw him get loose, and look at this. Oh boy, I hate that for Williams. That will be the stage, though. End of stage 3. The final stage is done. Let's take a look at our top 10, our final results for stage 3.
Still on replay here. Hold on one moment.
Sorry about that. Thought we were done. My bad, producer. All right, here we go. Take a look right here. Williams on the bottom of the racetrack. He's just la-di-da-di-da, no problems. And then all of a sudden, well, pow! Right there in front of you. Look out, folks. Hate to see that for the 98. Hopefully he gets that front end damage done. Hopefully it wasn't a terminal hit.
And let's see. Let's take a look at the results here, how they run. Unofficially, it's Basin, Hoytsma, Delaney, and Conklin, followed by Wood in the top 5. Gitter, Hodgson, Galata, Avila, Giglio does hold on to the top 10 over Nicholas Vrooman for the top spots here. And now it's time for pit stops. We'll have a lap car mixed in with them, but should see 4 tires. Only one more pit stop to go to get to the end on fuel.
Race is kind of running kind of long, don't you think? I'm looking at the time here, and you know it's the longest race of the year, but we just cracked the 3 hours. Actually, let me look at that. Let me try it again. 3 hours, right around 3 hours so far. So every 100 laps, you get about an hour worth of racing. So we might have like an hour left in the race here today.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think Basin might have got, yeah. Basin took the 4, obviously. I think that was green cone, absolutely green cone, being the difference with the first pit stall. And so that brings us into stage 4. More coverage coming up for the FLCC. We have had a long night. The Forever Rowdy 600 continues after this.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back, everyone, to Charlotte Motor Speedway. as we're into the final stretch. This is stage 4 of 4 to decide tonight's running of the Forever Rowdy 600. Dylan Basin in front, Lucas Hoitzman second. We're having tire spin for third. We're back on our way though with everyone else shuffling and bouncing. The lights are on, we're racing into the darkness.
Three wide through the middle. Look at that. He's shooting a gap in that 17 machine. Going 3 wide for second place into turn 3.
Trying to force his way on through here. Outside though prevails for 1. And just like that, Hoitzman in front of Conkle and Delaney shuffling a bit of a grass pickup for Matthew David Wood back there. They're racing pretty aggressively, but the leader is trying to run away.
Oh man, there's some pushing going on all throughout the field, but right here you're seeing it on your screen. Starting to get settled in. These guys know it's 98 laps to go in the longest race of the year, and your job is to be able to find a way to win this thing. Get in the right position. Baseman and Hoitzman scooting out to a good position, but the rest of these guys are just trying to sort themselves out.
Trying to sort themselves as much as they can, if you will, as Patrick Gitter tries to keep himself alongside. A couple drivers again trying to flirt with the second line, try and make up some track position, figure out things later. Delaney claps the wall this time as Gitter stays side by side in his battle.
Oh boy, this is fun racing right here. 2 wide there for 5th place right now. Matthew David Wood goes on the outside, gets the momentum, now tries to make a move for 4th as the battle for 2nd even starts to heat up right in front of it.
Yeah, all of them are trying to sort what are they going to do next. Got to fight for the race lead if you want a chance to win, obviously. Conklin knows this, he just leading on the 97. Conklin holds on as Hoitzman puts the foot back in the gas.
Hoitzman's not going to give this up anytime soon. He knows he cannot let these two get away.
Yeah, he's got to sort this as quick as he can here. Conklin stays in the line, tucks back in, looks to reset as Hoitzman looks to attack. Basin up for the lead.
'97 settles back in there. You know, I think he'd like to take the lead, but I think the 17 tried to pressure that 97 into burning up some tire, trying to pass from him. I don't know. That could have happened, but Matthew David Wood's in P4 right now, running a slightly different line than the top 3. Using some momentum. He'll be battling with the 17 any moment now.
Yeah, any chance you can to do something to get yourself into the front, you got to take it with the way things are going. And Matthew David Wood takes the chance at least to get around Conklin. Look at this charge for 2nd. Got a huge run. Darted to the inside immediately.
Wow, what a move. What a move, Matthew David Wood, MDW. Side by side for 2nd place, and they're right on the tail of Basin, who's kind of liking seeing what he's seeing in his rearview mirror.
Yeah, this is helping out Basin where he can save while the others burn up their stuff, if you will. Now Conklin resets.
Well, that 16's going to get a big run here if that's what he's trying to develop, trying to get his momentum back.
Right now, as you see some of the drivers really catch these walls more and more as time goes on. A few of these drivers continue to flirt
97.
with disaster. Yeah, quite
sorry, 97's got a big run, and so does the 16. Those 3 cars are going to converge on each other very carefully here. Oh, they all went down to the bottom. Field
they
runs.
all, yeah, look at this again. Conklin again a run. 17 boosts ahead now with Galata. Momentum's there and Conklin's got it. But again, outside, continues to just hold the fender. Conklin just can't clear them.
And not early in this run, it's going to be difficult. Later in the run, it might change. But Matthew David Wood going for second now on the outside.
Trying to find a way to take this opportunity to go. Can the 16 get in front? So far tonight, he's led 7 laps. But this time, he's a little bit tight. Galata going to force it 3 wide. Hoytsma off the gas.
Wow, Hoytsma decided to lift off. He knew that that was going to be a tight position. He didn't want to get wrecked out. But the 99 of Galata, what a heck of a move. He moves up to P2, but then guess what? Basin again loves seeing this battling in his mirror. He loves it because now he can get away.
How about this?
Thomas Kulmacheski, my man.
He's making some moves here. He's doing a good job here tonight now on this charge.
You know, I like that 88 machine. Thomas Kulmacheski, such a cool guy running for B&P. Hanging into the top 10 spots. I hope he can get a top 10 tonight. That'd be so cool for the 88 team.
He definitely would be in his sake. And right now, we're just going to see just pretty soon this all fares out in his circumstances. Look at the bobble. Nice 7 down the track again.
Hoytsma's going the wrong way, guys. For the lead, Galata to the bottom.
Galata's
just got
definitely...
Go ahead.
I was about to say, Galata's got the pace right now with how things are going now with the race lead. But Basin wants it back. Basin to the inside. Can Basin get a chance again? No, Galata running back up front.
Oh boy, it's good. It's getting good, guys. Getting good. It's not just a 2-man show today, at least not so far.
Absolutely isn't with the way things are going. Galata amongst those continuing the scrapes as we continue to fare out. All that's while everybody else goes and sorts out where they're going to handle things next. Look at the inside. That's the 21 Getter running to the paint.
Yeah, Gitter's starting to lose a little bit of momentum up there, actually. He tried to make a move down to the bottom, and when that happens on a long run, the outside line develops such a tremendous run that you just can't do nothing with it. So he decides to go to the top, and this time he's doing something with it.
Trying to find a way to go. Right now, you find how things are going to shape up with these speeds. Right now, 30.5s. Only 0.6 of fall off so far in 20 laps, by the way.
What's track temp look like, my man? Let's see if we can't take a look at that, because I think
97.
So not much. Not much. Surprising we're getting this good at racing this late at night, and still, you know, track's still kind of warm. One hot night.
It's definitely hot right now. It's almost like you're in Florida, but it's not Florida. It's North Carolina. Coming to 81 laps to go, though. We try and see where the musical chairs go for the long runs in the next few moments here. Here comes the question here. Gonna ask this early in case there's a jinx. Do you think we'll see green flag stops in full this window?
No.
You think they're gonna wreck?
Oh, I think something might happen to where that might not happen. You know, we saw pit entry get very aggressive. If these guys try to run long, burn up the tires, pit entry, we saw how difficult it was. Tanner Marty got caught up in that little slide there. I think that there's a good shot that could happen again. You never know. So, I mean, I am getting through a full fuel run. I hope they do. I mean, I am begging. but I don't honestly believe it.
Go really in multiple different ways, if you will. Absolutely. So we see how much Wood drives on the outside. Right now just trying to get the rip.
Oh,
Side drop
my
back.
Gosh. 3 wide back here with Kumacheski. They almost wrecked right there. Holy cow.
They're trying to. Some of the drivers like Hoytsman just saying, I want to at least hold on here. That car's not looking comfortable right now all of a sudden. Oh, and he nearly hits the 12.
He did. Oh, no. And just in front of this, look at that 12. He used a little bit. Oh, my goodness. Still 3 wide. What are they doing? They're racing.
I mean, it is a race after all.
Oh, man, it's fun, man. I love it. I love it. 97 made 3 wide pass on the bottom, passed them both.
Charles put on some phenomenal races all week, and we've seen why. Right now, Hodgson and Komachevsky doing battle. 10th spot goes to the 12th machine, rather, with 77 to work with.
You know, I've watched it. Oh,
go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'll take it. All right. I was saying, I watch FLCC every race for the last year and a half, right? I've seen them all. I could tell you, and I've seen a lot of races in real life. I've watched a bunch of different league races in the past. Been on iRacing for 12 years. I can tell you myself, this league has some of the most chaotic, crazy, fun, great personalities, racing styles. It's just, it is entertainment at its finest, and I love it. It's great, and it's fun to watch, and it's awesome to see you all here for it.
It's great to have that excitement, if you will. You want to have some good runs. You want to be able to show what you can do. We've definitely seen the intensity be there all night as they continue to spar out with 75 to work with. Look at the bumping right now. Watson still cannot find a way around the 97.
Yeah, you know, that 97 was sticking with our leaders for a long time at the beginning part of this run. He's fallen off, and he hasn't quite ever got back. And I've noticed Nolan Hodgson also just doesn't have the speed that his 2 teammates have. I mean, not today at least, not that I could see. Conklin and Basin have just stepped it up a lot, and 12's more of kind of in the development area right now, I think. But these top 2 are, you know, doing really dang well, as Galata has really shown us that you don't have to have, you know, that backing in order to succeed well. 99's doing really dang good with that Bigfoot chassis collective machine.
It's looking impressive. Look at the way Conklin continues to go boink.
I don't know why that was so funny. Oh man, that one was good for me. Thank you.
Yeah, just seeing how things go about right now for Conklin. Again, proving track position's helpful for his long run situation. At this point, what can the 97 do though? This car does not seem comfortable. Some of the others in the pack will say.
Yeah, these guys back here that are in a rough spot, they got to change up the system. They got to do something different. They cannot do the same thing as the leaders and expect to possibly beat them. But right here, battle for the lead as we're talking about it. Galata and Basin side by side. Basin's trying to take it back.
Here we go again. Basin to the inside. We know that switch is now being flipped on around 30 laps in. A little bit of contact there. Now Basin runs his way to the inside still. A little bit deeper for the 06 on entry. Galata will have the chance to get the run on the exit, but they're both weeble wobbling.
Both loose. Yeah, getting real sideways, these two. But, you know, third place is sitting in the wings. And I think he's liking this, too, because that 21 car, Patrick Gitter's trying to get all he can get. But these two still side by side for the lead with 70 to go when they cross the stripe. Hell yeah, keep it up, boys.
Still trying to sort themselves quickly. Galata's got some good ability to squeeze off these corners still. There it goes on the pass. Basin back in line.
Oh, he'll reset it up and he'll try it again, no doubt about it. But now the 21 is caught closer up to him, and he's going to get there as they're battling side by side for fourth between Delaney and the 17. Look out, almost hitting each other off the corner.
Sean Conklin saying, can we please calm down so we can run this lead down? I think Delaney's saying, I feel faster.
Yeah, he wants to be able to race. He wants to have fun. But I think that Conklin really wants to get involved in this. As the leader is now under fire again. Basin to the bottom. Trying to make it work. Galata on the top. Oh, this is good racing.
It's a phenomenal battling, if you will, so far. So here we go again. Coming up towards the fuel, green light on gas, though. Patrick Gitter did close up a 10th last time with the way things are shuffling. Basin up the track. Basin to the bumper. Basin to the wall.
Oh, big time.
Everybody hit the wall, the whole top three.
Oh, that ain't good. I didn't like the way that looked, boys. I didn't like that at all. 99 still trying to rip the top, but that might have done some damage to those guys. Maybe a little. I'm not sure, but they're hanging on to it right now.
Definitely flirting with disaster, if you will.
Great song.
Right now, can the 99 withstand the pressure again? He's led 41 laps after all, but Basin's led 90. Inside again for the pro driver. Outside for Galata. Basin got the chance to clear, forced the lift.
Yeah, he had to lift because the 21 of Patrick Gitter had a run too, so Patrick Gitter's going to take advantage of it. First to third and less than a corner. You can see now the 21's trying to make sure that Basin character doesn't get away, but it doesn't look like he's going to get there for now. 99's in the wall again as the fourth place battle again is side by side. That is Conklin and Delaney still side by side, not giving it up.
Still keeping it high on the aggression. They are still not finding a way to reel in the leaders here. We are seeing pit stops. Andrew Dyson just came down for service. So it's an early stop for the 41, a very early one.
Yeah, you got to throw some sort of strategy. You got to throw something out the window because if you copy the leaders, you won't beat them. That's just the truth of the matter tonight. If you copy them, you're not going to beat them. But right now is probably the best decision Dyson can make, knowing the circumstances. I mean, yeah, not a good stop. But you can see right there that 21 is closing up really close to base, and I think that 21's pretty quick right now. I like seeing what I'm seeing. 6-car Delaney.
Yeah, look at this. Never switch again. And just like that, the 99 has fallen off hard.
Yeah, he's loose. Yeah, car's broke. Yeah.
Look at how he's driving this car right now. A lot of wheel bobble.
Not very steady. That car's, he's going to need... I think if I were him, I'd think about pitting early. I mean, maybe that's going to be the right strategy here. I'm not sure, but at least I'd think about it.
Yeah, now they zip and slide about. Some of the others joining into the fray. Nicholas Vroman has not been the fastest of the night. He's definitely had top 10 speed, you can argue, in the 95 camp. He's looking for a solid points day. That's all you can ask for from Rum. No, he's got a couple wins already in the bag already.
Yeah, you know, that 95 car is pretty dang quick, but just not really in the right position yet to make things happen. But he's trying to make up the ground. 17, though, is a real surprise. Conklin, you'd expect to see up there with his teammate, Basin. Not seeing it right now. He's kind of holding back a little longer than what we normally expect here. Maybe the car's not handling the way he'd like.
And it's obvious that a lot of these teams right now have optimized for this part of the race, the very end of the event. Help yourself in the long run. Get yourself in a position on the tires that way. We're definitely in a situation where it's going to get interesting from here. But right now, it becomes the difference of those minute setups, but also the driving styles to really separate the end of this one.
You know, I'm thinking about a weird analogy, but I'll try it. Every driver is a different key, and this race is the lock. And which key is going to unlock the door is the question. And I think that the driving styles are just like the millimeter differences between the teeth on the key. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm looking at right now. Weird, odd analogy just came to mind there, so I thought you.
Definitely one of those times of nights, if you will.
Yep.
Where things can really go bump, if you will. A lot of things can shuffle. Had a couple DNFs here over the course, a lot of DNFs, if you will. We have 31 still running after all. It's been a marathon. We're already into those final few miles, if you will. And for a lot of drivers, the thought is, are they going to try it again in officials in the morning or afternoon? Or are they just going to focus on the next week? Because after this point, remember, get up to that home stretch of already that middle portion. Tracks like Nashville, Michigan, Pocono.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to race those, but what I'm looking at right now is these top three. Delaney has caught these two. I think that 6 car is quick on the long run. He has a fast car, and I think it's going to be between these three if it continues. Look at that. He goes down to the bottom for second place. Oh, boy, this is going to get good. Whoa, huge hit from Patrick Higgitter. Holy cow.
Bit of a moment there, but Gitter still going for it. Facing a big lift in the corner. Here comes the 21 to the inside, up for the race lead. Gitter looking for it. Can he take it again? He's led 9 laps tonight. The answer is inconclusive for now.
Oh, yeah, he's getting there. He's getting there, and so is the 6. Oh, boy, it's going to be a 3-wide battle for the lead. Here he goes, 3 wide to the bottom. 3 wide for the lead with 55 laps to go, 54. Oh, that slide job from Delaney from the bottom to the top made a 3-wide pass. Made it work. That was awesome.
Here comes Basin inside. He looks for the cutback. Delaney stays to the middle. Basin to the inside. Gitter up top. Run for Delaney there. Pull back from Basin. Clear is Delaney.
Oh, it's getting good now, boys. Is it? Delaney's got it right now, but Basin trying again down on the bottom. He's going to carry a little momentum. They'll be side by side down the back. And what will Patrick Gitter do?
Well, he's going to make it simple. He'll try and make a pass. And we're hearing a pit stop on the radio. It's Galata to open the window. So Galata's trying the undercut. Going to see a flurry of stops now. And it's going to get really active for that really quickly.
Now it's a matter of time, because if everybody follows Galata, that's going to change some things. Some guys might, react to that, and they might come down. I'm not sure. You don't want them to have too much of an advantage. I'm looking at P2 right now. P2, yep, he's coming down. Yep, here he goes. Patrick Gitter on pit road.
You had to make that call pretty soon with how aggressive it was getting. Delaney's trying to run away. 51 laps to go in the Forever Rowdy 600. And right now the 6 is keeping this close to the chest if they're going to respond here. Conklin's already coming in. Will Basin come in? Wood's coming. Vroom Vroom's coming. The top 2 do not respond.
Matthew David Wood, you see coming down more and more cars. Think now's the time. Now's the right time. It's the money stop. This is what's going to win you the 600-mile race. If you pick the right time and it goes your way, you will become a crown jewel winner of the FLCC. It's all about making the right choice. Delaney and Basin are in their own world right now. I think Basin looks like they are going to stay out even longer. This is going to change the way it looks. Avila takes over third place, about 2 seconds back from these two.
Very active pit road sequence, if you will. Right now, the leaders continuing to stick to the game plan, going long. Delaney, I think, just said he's coming up for a pit stop. Will Basin come in? He stayed long last time and it worked out for him. It's Delaney in.
He's made his bed now. Just Basin. He's got to stay out long, and he's going to try and win it on the back half. He's going to try and do it that way, it looks like. It'd be surprising if he came down pit road this time or within the next 5 laps or so. I'd be very surprised.
Then you just see who's going to make the right calls win. Remember, they can go up to about 67 to 70 at the very, very tippy top if they had to. Right now, we are down to 9 yet to pit on the track. Basin running 30.9s, by the way. Fall off near 2 seconds over the course of this run. John O'Brien Jr. just made it down to 8 left rolling. First out of those on the net pit stop is going to get interesting, by the way, as you see Avila come down. Then that might have been speeding. Hold on a second. No, it's not. He is good. But I was about to say, Galata over Conklin is your net lead at the moment.
Now, the real question is, with Basin staying out long and Galata going to be taking over this lead, we know that Basin is going to need to stay out as long as humanly possible so he has that many more laps of fresh tires compared to these guys. Let's go ahead and pull up the stints for a quick moment real quick if we can on the pylon. You'll see exactly how long these guys have been out and how long some of these guys have not been. So let's see if we can't pull that up here. Yep, we're going to have that for you here in just 1 second. But once we have it, we'll be able to determine exactly how many lap pressure tires Basin will have. We're probably going to keep that up for a good little while. More cars on pit road. Hodgson, Hoyt, Cool Macheski going down, a Hall, Owens, all these guys went down pit road. And Basin stayed out longer than anyone else. Hoytsman now hit pit road.
And then there was one. Dylan Basin is the only person left on the track here. Is he thinking about it? He's letting it roll, but no move yet down pit road. This is a big gamble for the 06 here, to say the very least, after being up in the front anyhow. He's going to have a car that can charge back up, but he's losing a second a lap right now.
Yeah, but he's in a great position if a caution comes out. Everyone else is 1 lap down. He's the only car on the lead lap, so he's trying to get some luck on his side. He had it earlier. Maybe it could happen again, or is he coming down? Nope, staying out again.
Got to keep an eye on this here as we go about. Galata's still keeping his advantage because Conklin's actually feeling some pressure for the 6. But the drivers here that are battling on track, they are almost at the range where they can lap themselves here.
And when that happens, when the unlapping occurs, that's going to bring I don't know if the 6 is going to do it yet or not. He's going now, maybe. Nope, he's staying out.
No. He's good on the bottom. We'll give him that credit here. As it comes up to under 40 laps to go now this upcoming time by. Here we go. This is net second. Conklin able to hold on with Delaney, trying to lower groove a little bit, trying to nibble away at the bottom. Looks like Galata at the very least will lap himself here. Now you're losing your advantage here of pinning some of the top drivers a lap down here. Now you've got to think, do you come down here and take the risk? Oh, Basin really spun it, in fact.
He's very loose, yeah. And pit injury is going to be that much harder for that car because he has the oldest tires out of anybody on the racetrack ever. So pit injury is going to be real difficult for that 06 when he eventually decides to come down pit road. Now, but if we look at this by the stint number, hopefully we can get that back up here as soon as we can. Not necessarily the stints in that format, like everybody on the pylon, the stints, like how many laps since the last time they came out. Yeah, here we go. I think we're starting to get that up here shortly. Sorry about that. There we go. That helps. That's the last lap they pitted on. So you can see, do we have the option to make that lap since last pit? As Delaney's getting leaned on right here.
Basin is in. Basin is in. Near
he's
contact.
still leaning on him.
Conklin and Delaney door baiting as they will battle for the race lead spots here. Both of them closing up to Galata quickly. Basin is rolling in, and Conklin's trying to roll the top.
They know how important clean air is going to be at the end of this race. They cannot let each other go. They're leaning on each other into the wall. They make contact. They go through the grass, still side by side. Not over yet.
Tempers flaring. Basin just now exited pit road. How will Conklin's car fare after that one? Delaney backing off. Conklin is second. He's looking for the lead.
Wow.
Basin, for his sake, after the stop, lost 11 seconds. He is in 16th place, but with fresher tires by 13 laps. I don't know if you can make up 10 right now, but Conklin sure wants to prove he can make up the race lead here with Galata defending aggressive.
It's getting good, man. That's 6 and 17. They're mad at each other right now. I don't think they like that last little contact because that hurt their cars pretty bad. 99 loves seeing that. Hopefully they want some more is what the 99's thinking.
Here we go to the inside. A little bit edgy there. Conklin trying to roll. And right now, what do you do if you're Conklin to get this job done? Delaney, at the very least, is willing to give him shots.
17 can't just sit around and wait right now. I think he's got to make this move. He's got to do it now. But that car has not been as good as his teammate since the drop of the green. I think that 17 car would love to get some clean air on it because I think that's what it was built for. But it's stuck right now behind that 99, and that dirty air is not helping him. As the 6 car is able to make that pass clear, and now is going to be going top 2 battle on your screen. This is amazing.
A lot of playing defense on both lines now. Here comes Conklin again inside. Got clean air on the nose. Delaney struggle. They all hit the wall. Galata hugs. Now Conklin grass. He cuts underneath. Conklin through the grass again. He slides his way to the race lead.
Oh, man, what a move. But now that 6 car is trying to get by for second and possibly trying to get a run for the lead here. I think he's got the momentum. He's going to try to go to the bottom, get shut off. Can't quite do it. 6, oh, he gets up into the 99 who gets loose after a little contact. 99's out of it.
Galata got loose with the bobbles. He lets get her on through. And now it's a duel between Conklin and Delaney. 32 coming up to that point, laps to go. Under 33 left in this one. Delaney trying to reset. Traffic is a quarter track ahead. Basin, by the way, we're hearing has made up 3 seconds for his mark. So Basin may be a factor later. But for now, it's Delaney really trying to hound the 17, get him loose on these entries.
Yeah, I think we may have saw something similar to this during the All-Star race, these two getting at it. It's happening again.
Here we go with Delaney on the inside. The 6 to the bottom. The 17 to the outside again. Now it's Delaney with the clean air. Conklin looking for the response back.
Do you remember that last lap at Dover for the All-Star race when these two made contact and the 17 went spinning, 6 car went on to win? I think that 17 might be thinking about that particular moment in this particular situation. But he's lost a lot of ground on the 6, actually. 6 is starting to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, starting to run forward. He's only led 6 laps all night long tonight, like his car number. But this is the right time for the car to shine bright. It's looking like the gap is building, coming up to 30 to go this upcoming time by. As now, it becomes the question, does Conklin have enough to recharge the tires?
Mason's already up to 10th, 6 seconds. Mason's, can we do a graphic comparing the speed between Delaney and Basin?
Rolling on, we're hearing some issues on track. Rolling though, we're still going. It was William Owens that had issues. Got loose on the bottom of the racetrack, but Basin is the one that may be interesting for later. He's up to 9th.
On my math, if he is 5.6 seconds behind and he has 29 laps to make it with that previous time, he needs to be 0.2 a lap faster every lap from now to the end in order to get to the back bumper. 0.4 that time. He is going to get there if this same distance continues.
That's the key. Because right now, you have to remember, there is that fall-off band about 35, 40 that we see some of the drivers hit. That's going to be the huge part. Look at Gitter. He won second. 21 just scraping a little bit of paint on the 17 behind him. It's the lead difference. You see the margin still on the mark. Now 4/10 picked up by Basin. Gitter just took second. Conklin to the wall.
Yeah, 21 put him up in the wall. I don't know if that 17's so happy about that. Let's see how this entry looks. Nope, totally fine. 17's going the wrong way. All right, this time by, we're going to do a calculation. We're going to have 26 to go when they cross the stripe. And we're going to look at that time again. Basin now, you're going to see as he crosses the stripe, he is 4.4 seconds behind. So 4.4 divided by 26 is what he needs. That is going to be a 10th and a half. 10th point. So let's try that again. 1.69 tenths of a second is what he needs a lap, and he's hitting that way more every single time. He's closing that gap. He's going to get there if this continues. Again, reiterate, if it continues.
So, as Delaney continues to eat up the lead laps here, don't forget, there still are cars that are looking to make an impact here. Patrick Gitter's amongst those. You also have some of the battles up here like this. This is where Basin is. He just took 7th away from Matthew David Wood. Gitter, or rather Galata, he's continuing to slide back the wrong way. His pace has fallen off a 10th more than everybody else.
1.66 repeating. So 1.66 tenths he needs a lap to be able to get there now. Continuing that same thing.
All getting a little bit antsy here is all I can feel with the anticipation building.
Oh, he's going to get
Again. Gap right now for Basin to close is 3.75 seconds, give or take, on the racetrack. The lead is still 4/10 up, by the way, with Gitter on the approach. So let's talk about this on those in at the front, though. Gitter, he's got older tires, and he is faster than the leader. Is that...
You got to remember, the 6 car and the 17 were leaning on each other both times for the majority of the start of this run there, Justin. So what that does is it burns your tires up. 21 waited for them to get done, and then he went gone. And so now the 21, even though his tires are older, he didn't use them up like these top 2 did.
Agree with that, yeah. And that's starting to see some of the ramifications yet again come up here. All of them in the 5s this time. Avila was in the 4s along with Galata in the air group, but they're 2 seconds back on the racetrack. That doesn't matter right now for their sake.
Yeah, if we can get a camera on the 06, this might change in the moment because he's coming up closer to these guys in front of him. He's had clean track for a little while once he got by Nolan, but it's still closing. And now with Basin, remember, he has the freshest tires out of anybody around him. Last time by, it was 3.4 seconds. This time by, it's at 3.32, so not as much of a gain as he had in the last handful of laps. If you look at the gap, it's less than a tenth he gained that time if we have that graphic still between him and the leader. We kind of want to keep that up as long as possible.
Yeah, here's this. Past couple dropped under 210. I think that fall-off band is starting to hit Basin.
It's right on the money. It's like he's got to continue this. He can't lose any more time.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh boy, that's not good.
Yep,
He's not going to get there.
Help him. I think the tires have cliffed off. He's got it up to 7th, and again, that might be the race losing move unless there's some miracle here for Basin. Find a way to close up 2.9 seconds and 19 laps coming up to 18. There is still the chance, but that's a lot of time to make up in the midst of traffic with the way things are shaping. He did pick up the tempo that time, but still, Delaney's got the clean air advantage also, and he's built 2/10 back up on Gitter. His pace is winding back up. As here's a look at Basin, this is probably why he's slowing down a bit, is he's got traffic of his own on the top, giving him dirty air.
Galata and Vroman, 2 cars that are very difficult to pass right in front of him. He's in a rough spot. He's going to have to find a way around him. Oh boy, getting down to the end of this thing, 17 laps to go. And that gap did not help change at all that particular time. He's stuck behind Vroman and he's stuck behind Galata. He's going to need a miracle.
All arrows starting to really come into play here. They are forced up the middle of the racetrack because of Graves down on the inside. And they'll zip on by Casey Graves, who that lost 2/10 because he couldn't run his preferred groove that time.
Not good at all. It's a lot easier to catch a car than it is to pass it. And at this point, he's figuring that out. He already knows it, but he's trying to make a pass here on 95. He's side by side with him right now live.
About the door. Right now, Basin needs to go. Galata runs the top for now. That's going to help out Basin with his situation to clear. Under 15 laps to go. And once again, it's Delaney's chance to try and get another victory in this series. Delaney, a one-time winner in this campaign so far. As now Galata not going to make it easy.
Yeah, he had a hell of a charge, but I don't think he's going to get to the lead anymore. Delaney's got this thing locked down as long as nothing happens. He wants this thing to stay clean and green. That's what he wants. But this is always the end of these races. You never know what can happen. Oh, leaning on him back there, 12 car Nolan Hodgson.
Yeah, there's a little bit of contact and door-to-door again. Oh, contact! Up the track goes Vrooman. Lucas Hoitzman not happy there with the chippiness. They're still door baiting. Hoitzman trying to get around it all.
Yeah, he's not happy at all with Vroman. Vroman, I'm not sure why, but those two were not happy with each other. Now Hoytsma, who's pretty quick, is trying to get by them both, try to get all the ground he can. Remember, he stayed out really late in his run, too. He was not the latest car, but he has some pretty fresh tires on that 97.
3.8 seconds back in the leader, though, as he'll slide his way back up. Solid day, at least for him, after 6 laps led earlier today with some of the runs early on some of these stages. Here we go again with the 95 at the 12, though. Roman got a little loose with the apron clip and now gets back in line. 11 laps to go. Conklin starting to fade right back in the clutches of Basin here. Conklin, with the way things were looking in the daytime, I thought he was going to be the threat for the win. But it's definitely changed here. Instead, top 5 pace, car is faded at the worst time.
Yeah, and I think the pit decision for Basin just may not have been the right idea. If you're the leader, you kind of want to stay out as long as possible. But unfortunately, when the rest of your guys that you're racing against go down pit road really early and you stay out that much longer, unfortunately, this sim doesn't do a great job of simulating how much tire wear actually happens on these cars. And it would have worked out if it was like IRL, no doubt about it. I think he would have had the speed, but in the sim, you do not absolutely get as much tire wear as you should.
No siree. It's definitely interesting how it works with the tire model, but that's a different conversation, obviously. Galata continuing his fade back, by the way, in his circumstances. We're in the home stretch, though. Under 10 laps to go for today's action. The Forever Rowdy 600 to its final few laps after what's been a marathon of a race. Our longest run of green is in the final stage.
No matter what, Justin, this has been a really wonderful race so far in this thing, and it's been fun to watch. Some battles, chaotic, a couple of wrecks there in front of the whole field, and comers and goers, a lot of different leaders. And at the end of the day, our leader right now, Jonathan Delaney, did not lead that many laps at all today, but he's standing out as being fast at nighttime, and nighttime is the right time.
For Delaney, another good day in the office for him. Of course, the All-Star race had that interesting situation when it came to the setup side over the course of the race and challenged competitors. Delaney was the one who overcame the challenges on the long run after, guess what? Conklin and Basin were to be having speed in the early going, especially Basin. But now, today, the nighttime becomes the time you need to shine the brightest under the lights. The 6 has risen to the occasion. Battle for 9th on screen with Wood to the inside of the 95. With 5 to go. The hope is there to see, will anybody have any final chances for points? More traded paint.
And great run today from Patrick Gitter and Johnny Avila. I mean, amazing job to be where they are right now, second and third. I mean, it takes a lot of effort to be able to make this work week in and week out. Patrick Gitter showing he had a great car out here and still does. And, circumstances might be slightly different. Who knows? But I can tell you, looking at this top 3, it is a very exciting top 3. And top 15 altogether is also pretty dang cool. Nicholas Isaacs, making his first ever 600-mile race, is running in 14th. He's never run in a 600-miler before, and he's doing a great job getting the top 15 if he's able to finish this out.
Yeah, it's great drives. Thus, Hall plus 26 tonight, plus 29. Johnny Avila, who's in the top 3 at the moment. Haven't mentioned that too much as the runs progressed here. 15 for Tanner Marti after a spin, plus 14 for Jason Taylor among some of the cutters up to the pack. For Mason, look to be the highest he's going to get, maybe fourth at best. The call did not work. 3 seconds behind after being almost a second ahead at the time of the start of the window as O'Brien Jr. hits the wall there. 2 to go from Charlotte.
You know, we still give him some credit. He was having a great day, and just unfortunate strategy did not work out for him.
Battle for second, heating up at the end of this one. Gitter trying to hold off Avila. Avila looking for one of his best runs of the season, but the white flag is out. It's the final time around from Charlotte. This week has been a tough one for many, with Kyle Busch on the minds of many. But as we said at the top, he'd want everyone to race. That includes in the virtual world. Tonight, Jonathan Delaney backs up his speed for the All-Star race and carries it into Charlotte, North Carolina with a rapid bit of pace to end. It's Delaney who wins at Charlotte.
Hell yeah, man. What a run from that 6 car. And, you know, the days of winning the All-Star race in the Coke 600 still can happen even if they're at completely different tracks. You can see fireworks going off out of turn number 2. And man, what a race, what a drive for these guys. Finishing 600 miles around Charlotte. I guarantee you some of these guys are exhausted, but paying some respect up towards that 6 car. Take a bow, buddy. Take a bow.
A lot of people definitely going to be happy with some runs. Others going to be going to the workshop. But Delaney is the one who will go to virtual victory lane tonight. Burnout time for car 6. Little burnout for Delaney as you see the results on screen. Gitter and Avila with them in the top 3. Lucas Hoitzman, Nolan Hodgson, Dylan Basin, Nicholas Vroman, Joseph Galata, Sean Conklin, Matthew David Wood, all in the top 10.
Rest of the field going across your screen. You see Heitman, DeCiani, Kluot, 13th, Dustin Hall in 14th, 15th, Nicholas Isaacson, his first ever 600, gets 15th. Tyler Hunter for EPI is able to hang on to a top 20 in 16th. Alex Murray will finish 17th, 18th. Thomas Kulmacheski. Jacob Quill will come back after a heavy front end damage up to 19th. And Andrew Dyson will round out your top 20 finishers.
21st goes to Jason S. Taylor with Devin Medeiros and Corey Moore in the top 23. Hunter Trull in 24th. Tanner Marti along with Sean O'Brien. Once top 26, Marti and O'Brien Jr. first laps down. Then Chad Sander in 27th. William Owens was also a lap down in 28th. Evan Mesnard fell off the lead lap and didn't really get in the best position after that. 29th is where he ends. Casey Graves with damage in 30th.
The rest of the field is all out of the race. Didn't finish. Blake Giglio making his first start in that 8 machine. Unfortunately, did not go the way he would like. Michael Tucker, Paul Gallimore, Stephen Williams, Cameron Stone, Paul Hill, Kevin Zosiak, Billy Brickley, Bobby Anderson, and Adam Benefiel all have really rough days.
So, a long night, to say the least. Sees the celebration for many come along. So,
and Justin, also, we had Neil Pearson get 41st and Ralph Hutchinson get 42nd as well. Just want to make sure we mention their names.
Yes, of course. So, but that being said here, celebrations are definitely going to be on for some. Jonathan Delaney is the one who comes away with the win tonight. Jonathan, you pick up the win in the All-Star race. You pick up the win in the longest night of the season. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. This was a really nice win to get. I got the win here last year, and I've won this race a couple times in the other league too, once or twice. So yeah, I know what it takes to get through the race. You're constantly adjusting the car um, from the start of the race all the way to the very end, and I mean that's what we were doing. Got to just give a huge shout out to Logan Sheets for helping all night with the pit road adjustments to the car. All I had to do, he was amazing. He's fantastic as always. I just had to tell him what my complaints are, and he made it. He fixed the car up pretty good. So huge shout out to him. Shout out to Ralph Hutchison for the work on the set. We were by far, after 20, 30 laps, we were by far the fastest car out there. We were just kind of got first 3 stages. We were just kind of stuck back in dirty air, and then the end of stage 2, he got kind of caught up in a wreck and had to go get her damage fixed. So we had to start in the back and worked our way back up front. But yeah, that was a nice race. I always enjoy these kind of races that go long, and you got pit strategy involved, and just having to keep up with the track. With the transition from day to night, it's pretty fun, and there's a lot of hard racing tonight, real close racing, very competitive, and yeah, I'm real happy to get the win.
You mentioned you're expecting speed here in terms of the night, to say the very least. But overall, well, how would you describe trying to keep up with the transition of the race itself from the daytime to nighttime as well, to add to that factor?
Yeah, it's a major part of how well you do in a race like this. Track temp started out at, I think it got up to 110. I think it was in the 1 teens. So it was really high, and then start out to no rubber on the track either. So and then at the very end of the race, we're at 88 degrees, 90 degrees. So you're looking at 20, 30 degree track temp difference between start of the race and the end of the race, and just being able to keep up with that as the race progresses, and working the lanes as well. That was kind of a big thing too all night, just working the clean air, knowing when to move off of a lane if it gets too hot or if it gets too rubbered up, and just being able to move around, know where to run, to really just maximize your car. And on top of that too, just knowing how hard to push, knowing when to push, when to save, and kind of relax. And that was kind of a big thing tonight as well. There would be a lot of guys that would go all out first 20 laps of the run, and then their tires are burned off, so then they start falling back, and they just kind of aero block you, and it gets a little frustrating. So just being able to stay patient in times like that, and just got to understand to let guys go like that. You're going to catch them, and they're going to come back to you. But yeah, that happens weekly, but it's something you got to deal with. And so yeah, but yeah, that's all I got.
How do you feel about Nashville next week?
Not good. Nashville, I'm not a fan of that track at all. I've always done terrible there, and don't have very high hopes for it. So we'll try our best. We'll do the best we can, but definitely one of my most hated tracks. I'm just not a fan of it. It's a weird track and too bumpy and concrete, so it's fun. Who knows? It might race pretty good with this kind of dynamic track we've got going on. It might race pretty good. We're able to move around a little bit. Years past, you're pretty much stuck around in the bottom or like half groove up. So we'll see how it races. Hopefully we get a good car there, and we'll try our best.
Any shout would you like to give here tonight?
Yeah, just everyone at Black Flag Motorsports. Shout out to Ralph Hutchison for the work on the set. Logan Sheets, like I said, stick around all night up on the box making those adjustments. A shout out you guys up in the booth for broadcasting this, and everyone who runs and puts this league together. And yeah, I think that's all I got. shout out to everyone who raced tonight. It was a blast, and see you guys next week.
Congratulations on the run here tonight.
Thank you.
Once again, Jonathan Delaney, the one who's able to come out on top after our longest night of the season. Second spot tonight went to Patrick Gitter. He's with Kirk.
Patrick Gitter, holy cow! I am so glad to be talking to you, man. You got second place tonight. Obviously, you won one better, but you had one hell of a race car and one hell of a drive all day today. Just want to ask you how you feeling, and also anybody you want to shout out towards the end as well.
Yeah, man. Just exhausted. Glad it's over, but it was a lot of fun. We had our car built really for late in the race, so we kind of knew early to mid race we were just trying to kind of hold track position, top 5, top 10, and let the car come to us. In the last 100 laps or so, it really came on. Was feeling pretty good there right before the last pit stops when it was the three of us there. Me, Bass, and Delaney. I think that was a lot. That was a lot of fun. Duking it out there. Came to pit. Was kind of aggressive off exit, and just, I about lost the rear. Just slid the rear on exit. So very frustrating. I don't know. It might not have been worth a second and a half on Delaney. I don't know, but it definitely got us even. And then he had 3 lap fresher tires, so that really kind of worked against us there at the end. But holy cow, man, that was a fun race. A lot of aggressive racing, demanding race, but had a lot of fun, man. I always liked running Charlotte. So, but shout outs. Obviously you guys in the booth for calling the race, Bobby for running this league, Bryson for running race control, Matt put together a fantastic set for us again this week, and we helped work on it during the week to get together. By Thursday, felt like we had a really good piece. And throughout the season, we've had quite a few podiums, second here, second at Vegas, I think, to Roberts. So, we've been knocking on the door on some wins this season. We don't have one yet, but if we keep showing up, putting cars up in, second or third podium up there, we're going to make it happen.
Hell yeah, man. Got to tell you, it was fun watching you. You had some great battles out there. I liked the way you were driving. It was fun. Good to watch as a fan, and congrats on the top 2, my guy.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Back to you, Justin.
Patrick Gitter in second spot here tonight. Johnny Avila gets himself a top 3 in this one. Johnny, how would you describe your drive to hold on inside the top 3?
I don't know, dude. I felt like I passed 10 million cars today. I went from the front to the back to the front to the back. I was sideways. I was backwards. I missed the start. I did everything.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's been an effort for you, it seems, here in the course of this one. How describe your feelings in terms of getting this car set up the right way for a race like this?
I knew we had a rocket ship. Like all week, all of our guys have been really fast, and just our team in general at Charlotte, we kick butt. So I was really excited to run this race. Like I was looking forward to it, because I can't make every single race. I'm busy, but like I made sure I cleared up my schedule for this race. I was so excited, and I love the long races. We got some long green flag runs. That last stage going green the whole way, it was fantastic. Had a great time.
So with that being said here, when will be the next time we see you on the racetrack?
I have no idea. My daughter just turned 1 recently, and she's running all over the place. So whenever things can really settle down, but like I'm gonna obviously enjoy these moments.
That's awesome.
That's why I missed the start, bro. She wanted a hug before she went to bed. And I was like, I can't deny my beautiful daughter the hug right before the race. I'll figure the rest out.
Good man.
Any show would you like to give here tonight on that note?
Well, I'd like to thank everybody that puts this league together. Obviously, you guys up in the booth for putting the show together so I can watch back. Then I'd like to thank everybody at Outlier. Robert Miller's amazing at building A-car sets. And then I'd also like to thank Legacy Esports. I've been helping with them on the Coke side recently. So it was cool seeing G-Lo get a top 12 after starting dead last. So just grateful for all the people I got around me and helping wherever I can.
Congratulations on the run tonight.
Thank you.
Johnny Avila gets himself in the top 3, like the entire top 3 to speak with us for Detroit post-race coverage here on Maconi Entertainment. Your final thoughts tonight, Kirk, as an emotional start to the weekend, obviously, but now this puts a chapter on the racing here at Charlotte tonight, Kirk.
Well, honestly, a lot of great storylines, a lot of battles, and a lot of things I think are going to come from this in the future. And, while we were here having fun racing, it can never heal the real pain that we're all feeling about what happened to Kyle Busch. So I think it was a very smart move and respectful move by Bobby Anderson and the league admins to name this race, rename it to the Forever Rowdy 600. Brilliant thing. And Johan Seminario, who made that logo and really made it famous, it was amazing seeing how that is now everywhere. He did a great job with that, and a thank you to him for letting the world use it for free. It was very respectful and kind and the right thing to do. In a world that's filled with so many people doing the wrong thing, something good happened there. Prayers again for the entire NASCAR community and anybody that's affected by it. God, it just hurts, doesn't it?
And on that note, it's just about time to say goodnight for tonight's action. For producer Morgan Cook, for my co-announcer and Kirk Mills, I'm Justin Prince saying thank you so much for tuning in for tonight's coverage of the FLCC. Congratulations once again to Jonathan Delaney, your winner tonight from Charlotte. We'll see you next time when we go racing from the Music City. You've been watching Maconi Entertainment. Good night.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need: Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.